Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that are going to come in and populate the queue, we're going to begin with a look at a very recent creation by an old friend of the stream, Got That Money, who has been steadily assembling a super world with the course numbers totally out of their final order, which is perfectly fine. This one's going to be 3-1, Switcheroo Grotto. Hit the switches to reveal hidden paths and clear danger. Let's do it. Okay, in the SMB3 style, which is kind of a favorite of this maker's. And we're going to see right away that the signature enemy, perhaps, is going to be Koopa with a piranha on top of it. Up eventually. I guess we'll wind our way upstairs a long way. Although, the interesting thing is, of course, yeah, that shell's going to be in the middle of nowhere, so unfortunately everything's a bit high to try to exploit something with a shell jump, which we wouldn't be terribly confident in doing. Ah, I see. P-Switch is going to probably drop something or create some kind of newly revealed setup as we head all the way over here. Yes, as you can see, everything here that was previously spawn blocked is going to drop through now. And that's how everything here is going to work. We probably could have sped our way over here, in fact. Although I don't know if the timing would have worked exactly as we would have liked for that to happen. Notice, too, the presence of 2 pink coins. Possibly for something optional. And, oops. There you go with the spawning distances in Maker 2 again. We did see that mole coming. That really did seem entirely avoidable. Okay, here we go again. And we kind of get the idea now that if I just hit this quickly, run back over, perhaps we will have a chance at that bonus coin that we saw earlier. Let's not cut too many corners, though. But yeah, you can, in fact, speed through some of this here and there. If you're going to play a little more precisely than how I'm demonstrating it. Everything comes down, and let's try to get over here to spawn all this quickly enough to grab the 30 coin. Excellent. Mang, welcome. Queue is open and currently clear. Now let's watch out for this guy again. I did remember him from last time, and that didn't help me in the least. Okay, so Mole's going to fire at you. Can I go down? Yes, I can. That's going to be a little bit perilous now, given that I reacted a little bit late to that fellow deciding to come over. And Mang, thank you for the submission. We'll get to your maker code and down your list soon enough. Okay, thank you for the follow. Let's see if we can get this sorted out. Fairly easy going so far, but that's why we do a warm-up to start, just to get both the technical issues and the player's sloppiness out of the way early. Whoops. I was kind of a distracted by the cat in chat death. That's actually exactly what it was. I saw the cat emote come up and thought, oh, look, it's Kitty. By now I should be able to recognize some of the kitties just from seeing the emotes. And up we go. And let's wait for the piranha plant this time. And yeah, I thought it was SD's cat. Maggie, not to be confused with SD's other cat, Queenie, who I think does not actually have an emote yet, but... We've seen enough people with cats as their emotes by now that I'm steadily learning to tell them apart. Okay. A little bit positionally risky there against that fire piranha on the mole, but we'll make it over here. Wait. Didn't wait long enough. I thought it would just head over to that pipe where the vines underneath are dangling asymmetrically, but, you know, it's vines. I guess they do have to have a bit of natural growth to them. Glitch, welcome. Okay, up we go. I don't know what it is about these high percentage traditional levels lately that have actually been giving me a little bit of trouble. I think I may just be very rusty. Or maybe just a little too confident in being able to speed through all of these. Oops, there we go. Yeah, this one... I mean, there's no way to go but down, so... It does seem blind, but the lack of options makes it less blind. And, Will Wonka, thank you for coming by. I'm not just starting, I just started running this stream about a minute before you came in, though, so at that point we had almost nobody here, but definitely appreciate your presence. I think when I was actually first starting out, every viewer who came in the way you did was much appreciated. Especially because I do sometimes run some games with lower viewership from time to time. I mean, Mario Maker usually does tend to be my biggest stream of the week, and is the main thing we do. But yeah, sometime probably 2 or 3 weeks from now, I think sometime in July, I think I would like to run a couple more small indie games on the side, like we used to do at the very beginning of this stream, when I first started. They don't really tend to get much viewership, but I think you kind of need to build the audience for that, and have people who want to see some indie content come in on a more consistent basis if they know that we do in fact play it here. So that's going to be a part of the plan going forward. It'll mostly be things, I think, that are... Whoops. Thought I had a platform there. Mostly be things that are going to be still interesting to a Mario Maker audience, I think. Probably in keeping with puzzles and platforming, which we usually do on the stream. But we'll see. I mean, we run a fairly packed schedule here as it is, so... It has been difficult to fit in all the Mario Maker I want to play. Never mind throwing anything else into the mix. Let's actually grab a power-up this time and proceed a little bit cautiously. Okay, skip over this guy, down we go, into the shaft, only to get shafted. And over here for the P-switch, and then we'll need to make it quite swiftly over in order to beat that platform that we see later. Okay, a little bit blind there, I think, in terms of being able to see that coming. Although I do know that the mole would, of course, gravitate towards my position. Can I take another crack at the gunhead level or pick something else? Yeah, that's fine. When we get to you, Glitch, and you will be the first sub today, so you'll be second in queue after Mang. We'll see how things are going and pick something appropriate, and I'd be happy to playtest that previous one again, of course, if you've got some revisions to show me, because I know you did say that you were working on polishing off some of those timings. But yeah, we'll just decide based on how things are going on the stream and how long you can stay and things like that. I mean, you think you have the final version? Yeah, that's fine. I'd be happy to see it. Or something else. We'll just see how things are going. I will say, I mean, this was a 7% warm-up level. I thought this would go a lot faster. But of course, that's because I'm not warmed up. Mang is going to be first in queue, and Mang levels, of course, as you know, can take a little bit longer, especially if I run into an optional hard mode at the end. But yeah, Glitch, since you are first on the sub list today, we'll hopefully get to you quickly. But yeah, I mean, you know, don't worry too much about being picky about what you send me. I mean, obviously we always like to show off good content here, but it's also an opportunity to be pretty thorough about playtesting if you do have something that's still deeply in development. Yeah, okay, that piranha still feels a bit awkward every time, I think, so... Okay, just in time to get over here. Whoa, okay. That was awfully risky. Couple of down arrows here. I guess we'll be doing some kind of loop-de-loop. And eventually unblocking a blaster that drops down below once we complete this circuit here. Next GM, welcome. Good to have you back. Oh, also notice that pipe in the top left. I would like to try that pipe. I feel like it's going to be something. Also, you only need to activate this once in order to spawn that in. It's not time sensitive once you get within spawning range of that blaster. But I wanted to check this pipe. Nothing, really. Oh, no, I want to check the other pipe, then. And yeah, as you can see, you do need to get here quickly on every pass. Otherwise, everything despawns all over again. This has got to be something. Yep, I thought so. This is a maker who does like bonus rooms and other secrets, and so... We'll see what this is all about, what kind of item or bonus we get at the end of this challenge. Given that this was built for a super world, it might just be 1-ups or coins, but... I feel like there will be coins, yeah. 30 and 1. And User Nuts, welcome. Thank you for the submission, or the attempted submission. Do check that code, whoops. Okay, we got ejected pretty far back, but that's okay. We'll get back in position soon enough. And we've seen a bonus room once, so I'll just skip over it this time. Still haven't seen what the pink coins are about, but... yeah, a couple of things in here that are blind spots as you go up and down, I think. But other than that, looking pretty polished as usual. So yeah, User Nuts, let me know when you've got that code fixed up. I know that last week Warp World was failing like crazy on people's maker codes, but we did have some maker codes submitted to the queue already today, so I'm pretty sure that has been fixed. Okay. Here we go. And we'll loop around here. Yeah, that is a problem every time, that mole there. I don't know if there's a better way to deal with that. Okay, we do know that there is a mushroom in one of these. We'll hop down here. Here we are. And then this time we'll actually take the exit. Or we'll eventually, anyway. Spectacular way to fail. And yeah, thank you for Bill Blaster Badlands. Hopefully we'll get to you fairly soon. I will say, we potentially have some long levels to start the queue today, so hopefully we're able to stay, but we usually do get through everybody who is able to stay. It's just that the queue can run a bit long because we do a lot of longer levels on the stream from time to time, depending on the makers who show up. But welcome anyway, and hope to see your level before it gets unreasonably late. And, of course, a lot of it depends on how cleanly I can finish this one, too. I've been taking rather too long with it, just given a lot of avoidable mistakes, and some spots like that where I still don't really know what a good solution to dealing with that particular spot will be. I like that the mushroom gets trapped here. It does solve a lot of problems. Alright, let's... yeah, once again, have to deal with the really delayed pipe spawn timing. That's all over this game. And let's just head straight down. And we just need to get within range of the gate spawning. There we go. Okay, checkpoint at last. In traditional levels, it does throw me off when checkpoints don't follow the Nintendo convention of giving you a mushroom at checkpoint, but I know that, of course, a lot of people in Mario Maker just don't follow that. And a lot of people in Mario Maker seem like they're just kind of philosophically preferring the opposite when it comes to not wanting to give players who do things straight from the start any advantages, which I find that I tend to agree with Nintendo's philosophy when it comes to that kind of thing, but obviously the flow of checkpointing is very different in the context of worlds and games where you keep power-ups, as opposed to those that just kind of have levels as isolated singles the way you do all over Mario Maker. Burkowski, welcome. And yeah, I mean, Glitch, you're stingy with power-ups, but that's also because a lot of your concepts have a required power-up as a sort of do or die, right? So I think in a lot of the designs that you show me anyway, that you don't necessarily have a lot of flexibility in order to make your concept work in terms of giving the player some kind of additional replenishment, but sometimes, though, I do think that it's the case that when you do have things like fights with required power-ups, it's not too bad to give the player some kind of finite replenishment, like a limited number of additional power-ups that you're able to get, as long as there's a bit of risk and reward to earning it. We need to go for a key eventually. I didn't actually see where... Oh, okay. Here we go. And yes, and it's just going to be based on a coin hunt. Ah, this might be an issue. Did I lock myself? No, because I think I can actually just despawn all of that. And yeah, the despawn is the thing that resolves the lock. Not the most intuitive way of doing it, but it works. It's just distant enough to not be an issue. So the down arrow tells you where the safety locations are. So that's something with the arrows that we hadn't really taken advantage of previously, is that they do tell you where the appropriate locations to fall are going to be. Also notice the hard block that was on top of the ceiling in that previous room. I think we may have missed something optional, but yeah. Sometimes they're just decoration, though, as you can see here. Anyway, let's get into the queue. So yeah, do let me know if there are any technical issues with the stream. We always run this warm-up level at the start just to make sure everything, particularly my audio, is just functioning as intended. And thank you for the GGs. First level today will be from Mang, or Der Yogurt Hose. Oops, there we go. And I'll just take a moment to catch up on the chat in case I missed anything critical, but I think I said hi to most people who came in. NSGRSXRGNX, yeah, hello. I think I didn't give you a greeting, but everybody else who's queued so far, I think I did catch you folks on the way in, so. So, Mang, we'll just go down the list to the most recent thing I've not played. We'll see what that's going to be. It's going to be HMS. I think that's a bar, not an L or an I, but I'm not exactly sure. But I'm just going to think of this as some kind of ship, like Her Majesty's ship. Something something 233. Absolute value of 233, but with an additional bar at the end. I don't know. This has incredible backstory writing. Oh, it's a 1, okay. They look like bars. Reached the goal after defeating all 20 thwomps. About a 30-second record on this, which we won't read into too deeply. Oh, missed a star. Yeah, you're supposed to take the star and then you kill the thwomp. Killing the thwomp will drop the blasters. I think that's the concept. 0.75, really, I wonder... no, we do need to bounce like this, and then get on top of Yoshi. But then I need a star at this point, don't I, in order to continue surviving with Yoshi. I think that's going to be the case. Yes, that's going to be a star check, so we just need to be quicker about getting that bounce successfully. Oh, there is a star in the wall. That's right, because it's Yoshi, and Yoshi can do that kind of thing. Yeah, good call there. I was maybe a little bit blind. I was looking at a star like an indicator. And you know how bad I am at recognizing things that are supposedly indicators. Okay, nope, that's a mistake. You don't want to hit the platform, you want to drop everything first, and then you run onto the platform to grab the spring, and that's going to get you over to the next location. The timings from one obstacle to the next here are actually fairly relaxed. You don't have to be extremely tight about anything. It's just that we could be playing a lot better. Well, I mean, Yoshi is also at that point invincible, right? No, he's not, actually. He's not blinking at all. And invincibility, of course, does nothing in this world against lava, as you can see here. So yeah, let's see how we're doing. The clear condition, of course, gives me an approximate sense of how far along we are. But yeah, lots of opportunities to retry this obstacle. With a bit of a gentle timing, then. Killed the lamb, welcome. Star, please come over. Here we go. For Yoshi. Yeah, let me see how I can get around that. I think I do just need to clip around a thwomp continuously on my way up through that jump. But we'll see how that goes. And yeah, Kill the Lamb, welcome to position 4. We'll hopefully see Frozen Pokies land soon enough. Okay, up we go. Nope, still having a little bit of trouble getting into the proper position there, so... It will take too long? Yeah, that's alright, Kill the Lamb. Hope to catch you some other time. I am running viewer levels in the same time slot tomorrow. So, if you're able to make it tomorrow, we will be running the queue again. And if not, that's fine. I'm sure we'll catch you another time, so... Do have fun. And... Whoops. Come on, Star, let's maybe just spit it forward. I don't like that initial bounce on a star in terms of how low it stays on the ground. At first. If I do that, I am able to go around and go up the blaster on the left side and still hit the thwomp, I think. I'm not aiming very accurately when it comes to that, but that's clearly what's supposed to happen, where you drop the spring, and it gives you a little bit of room to play with because of the way it launches the thwomp upwards. I feel like that initial bounce of the star is by itself some kind of mechanic waiting to happen. Maybe we're not supposed to bounce it like that, then. Yeah, we'll see. And it turns out, of course, that we have a 40-second timer here. Record is about 30 seconds, so we have some flexibility, but we don't have all day when it comes to segments like this one, because it will be the levels clock as well, not just the timer on the individual segments that we do need to worry about. And let's acknowledge the raid from Newt, who is also from the Scrabble community, and who I think I didn't actually know had an active stream, so Newt, I'll have to come and drop by afterwards. So, see, you came in with the whole Jackbox crew that you were running today. And so, yeah, welcome in, everybody. Newt is a streamer that I know from Scrabble Circles. That is a game that I run kind of as my secondary game in the middle of the week when I'm not doing Mario Maker. And okay, let's give this a spit. Whoops. Bad idea here. So I'm at about 23 seconds at that point. It should still be on pace. Like I said, we have, to my knowledge, about 9 seconds of flexibility, but that's not going to be much if we spend a lot of valuable time trying to retry bounces like that one. So. Nope, still overshooting this thing. I think I have to jump up towards that one-way panel and then throw the spring. I think that's the idea. Because that's what the slope up to that one-way panel is encouraging me to do when I get off the falling platform, so... I think that's the strong implication of how that element is designed, and so we'll try it hopefully accurately when we get into it in just a moment. Here, like that. Yeah, because if you land on a spring before it comes up and hits the thwomp, then you avoid the issue of the thwomp being raised too high. And so I think that's the thing that we have to do in order to fix that up. Okay, almost overshot once again. There we go. And then a little too late here. As you can see, that's fairly time sensitive. You do have to be accurate with everything after the Yoshi star, because you're still on the Yoshi star at that point. Okay, here we are. Nope. Okay, here we are once again. And up we go. Grab the Yoshi. Give everything a spits. And here we need to be fairly quick and accurate. Nope. Not quick, not accurate. But yeah, if we can get on that jump block right away, get the whole thwomp column out of the way on a single jump, and then throw accurately past that point, and not miss that, of course, then we should be in good shape. And at that point, that's about halfway, both on the timer and in terms of the kill count on thwomps as well, so... Nope, too close to the edge. I'm trying to cut too many corners here in terms of saving time. I do need to pull back a little bit with Yoshi in order to get that star going, so... I am trying to cut a few corners because I know that I need that star to last as long as possible. And that is, of course, just going to be a bit risky. That was, of course, just a miss. And yeah, man, we'll definitely keep that in mind for some kind of future emote. No. As you can see, accuracy is maybe not on form today. But we'll see if we can fix anything about that. Okay. No, that was just a bad throw. I believe that was a forward throw, but it may have come a little bit too late there because of the fact that it was still on the rising part of its throwing arc at the time that it hit the thwomp. Okay, we do need to be aware of the fact that, as I pointed out earlier, the star, when you spit it with Yoshi, does have a bit of an initial low bounce on the ground, which, as I was saying, it really seems like another Magma mechanic waiting to happen, that you have this slightly different star pattern for the first few bounces. I feel like that's probably a level mechanic with some potential. DDO Neon, welcome. Thank you for Sun and Moon Stellar Jealousy. I guess we'll find out if it's the sun that's jealous of the moon, or vice versa. I guess the sun is the angry one, so... Whoops. Assuming that it is a level that does in fact use the sun and the moon. Okay. Here we go. Pull back slightly. And yeah, I need a shorter bounce out of that. Nope, don't want to do that. Got in too close towards the thwomp that time. That's a very difficult landing. That's probably the most difficult element that we've seen in the level so far. No. Okay, that's fine. Lost a little bit of time there, but not critically so. Nope. Do still need to curve a little bit to the left. I was trying to do that and I just missed. But I do see how that's supposed to work, as you said. We still need to fix a few things about that pattern. Okay, so here I want to stay low until I see the jump block. Get all of these guys in one... Nope. Bad throw. I think my release timing should be on the one-way panel. And I should think of it the way that I think about things like shell jump releases, where I maintain my forward momentum in my jump going into that in order to land accurately. Let's remember to star next time. Okay, hit this guy. Up we go. And here we are. Stay nice and low here. Get all these guys at once. There we go. Almost. No, no, no. Not even close, actually. Yeah, I'm nowhere near where I need to be in terms of timing, so there's a lot I need to clean up. That whole segment. Nope. And a lot of accuracy that we need to fix up over there as well, so... Nope. That's okay, we do have the flexibility to miss a little bit there, it seems. Probably not that much, but... yeah, that's still something we need to fix. The arrows are throw indicators? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to do that. I'm just missing. I was trying to go for the one-way panel as my throw location. I forgot to grab the star. I just completely forgot. No, I know perfectly well that I was trying to use that as a throw indicator. It's just that the jumping was bad. There's quite a lot that we could clean up to make that work. Okay, first cycle here. Oh, what is that about? I guess we need to drop the thwomp on top of that location, and so I have a safe spot with the blaster, and so... once I get on top of the blaster... I mean, all the blasters are blocked in terms of shooting, so maybe that's not going to get me much, but I believe that's what's going to happen, is that I need to activate the thwomp, get on top of the square, and at the square, I cut through the thwomp to grab that blaster, and that will be the approach. Supernova, welcome. And Nugukaza as well. Glitch, the timer does not appear to be tight, because the record is about 9 seconds under it. The record is about 30 or 31 seconds right now, so it might be something tightly optimized though. 31 to 32 seconds, I would say. So... we have some flexibility, but probably not as much flexibility as I'm abusing here to make multiple attempts at the jump towards Yoshi. I'm also slowing down a bit, as you can see, to align Yoshi properly with the star. Yeah, as you can see, I'm losing a little bit too much time with that first jump up to the 3 thwomp column. I need to get them all on the first go. Can't really afford to take 2 bounces there. because that seems to be the main thing that's throwing off my timing. So, whoops. This is okay, apart from the potential time pressure of the clock, of course. Nope. Samuel, welcome. Yeah, Samuel, Electrodude did us the courtesy of showing us your car level last week, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. We've been recommending that to a couple of people lately, so good to have you drop by. Yeah, that was our closer on the last viewer level stream, I believe. Still too slow here. Still far too slow. Glitch, there is a 3D World car level by Samuel that we showed off at the end of the previous stream. Previous viewer level stream last week, I should say. And actually, Glitch, as somebody who really likes 3D World mechanics, I think you would get quite a kick out of that one. I don't have the code handy right now, but we can discuss afterwards, and of course the maker is right here, so... Yeah, feel free to pass Glitch that code if you would like. And here we go. Yeah, I'm still way behind the required time on this star here, so... just need to go a lot faster. I'm nowhere close. I seem to be way behind, and I don't quite know where I should be tightening my jumps after Yoshi. If there's something else that I can do to clean that out a bit. Yeah, maybe a shorter jump over there, definitely first cycle over here. Just go as soon as I can over here. Yeah, still too slow. Still far too slow. I think I need to fix up that last jump as we head towards the location where we dropped that swamp. Nope, too far. So yeah, man, we'll continue pushing on this for a bit. Definitely just one trouble spot right now in terms of timing. This, of course, is giving me a bit of grief as well. And okay, here we go. Grab that. Full momentum here. Well, I'm getting there on time, but as you can see, the swamp is still about half a second away from being in the position that I need. So I don't exactly know where I can be saving time there. And what I could possibly do to optimize that a bit further, because it's going to be with the use of this star. I wonder... Oh, okay, no, maybe I should still stay on the star when I grab Yoshi. And I should grab the star with Yoshi and land with the star that was before Yoshi. So I maintained the star, I grabbed this one. And then, yes, that's how to do it. That's how to do it. That is the solution. Should have thought of that much earlier, actually, given that I shouldn't have expected that much downtime on this star over here. Whoops, missing. And, yeah, hence what Mang was saying earlier about the arrows being row indicators of sorts. I was thinking of that in terms of one-way panels, not in terms of the actual physical arrows, and so... I guess you did try to give me that hint, and I just completely misunderstood what was going on, but that's what happens when you're not much of an indicator reader. Of course, once we do get the spit on that star, I do have a little bit of a moment there to make an adjustment, although right now I think we're probably too late on this star, given that it's going to be partly on the way to expiring. Yeah, as you can see, the munchers up there are just to prevent you from jumping down right away. And we have yet another stream. This is from Biggie Swalls, who repeatedly sent us a really interesting puzzle level. Just one, but it was a very good one. And yeah, Biggie Swalls, I actually didn't know that you had a stream up and running as well. Also, Jackbox. This is the second Jackbox raid that we've received today, which makes me think something is up. This is the second Jackbox stream I've received today from somebody that I know from somewhere that is not Jackbox, shall we say. Forgot to spit. But anyway, Biggie Swalls, welcome. Glad to see you here. And clearly everybody coming in also wants a little bit of trivia with the show. Whoops, just missing there. You need to aim towards this bouncing star. I wonder if there's a more accurate way to hit that, but anyway, at least we solved the issue of what to do here. Nope, missed. But yes, that should give me plenty of time, though, to get over to the blaster segment that was giving me trouble. And so we are making progress. I just need to demonstrate that with a bit more consistency. Yeah, I should not be pulling back so much on that jump the way I'm doing. I think that's causing a few issues. But we'll get around and fix that soon enough. Electrodude, welcome. But yeah, for those new to the queue, I don't tend to run a very strict time limit because we usually have a mix of shorter and longer levels, and they just kind of balance out in the end. So don't be too concerned if you feel like you're very far back. Sometimes we'll have levels where I take my time, and usually with a lot of mangs I do expect to take my time because a lot of them are sub 1%. Nope, too early. And yeah, Electrodude, the gang is apparently all here. Or at least mostly here. And, oh, whoops. Not quite. I was a little bit delayed there. That location. Yeah, Electrodude, I mean, you can still do that. You should probably discuss among yourselves anyway to make sure you're not just sending me the same level. But, whoops, losing a little bit too much time here, and of course just missing the throw. Oh, I guess this arrow is also a throw indicator. I shouldn't have neglected that. I was once again thinking about the one-way panels as throws. Still, just as a matter of principle, I still prefer this kind of indication system to having the tracks everywhere. So, okay. Do I actually have the opportunity to land somewhere safe? No, I don't. I have to get on that block, so... Should I be lowering that thwomp at all, then, or should I be getting around it? I wonder. Because it looked like a location where I was supposed to lower that thwomp, but maybe I was misreading that. Because it seemed like I wasn't able to get enough height or distance there to get where I needed. Okay. Up we go. Okay. Down here. Oh, because I need the star in order to get over there. If I drop the blaster a little bit further to the right, if the star is still active, then I'm able to make that jump. If the star is not active, then I'm not able to. So it is something that's gated by star physics, which is the kind of subtlety that we totally expect from a Mang level from time to time. Whoops. Okay, thank you for letting me know about the sound, Electrodude. That's something that we do try to catch early in the stream, and I will fix that quickly. So, yeah, that's the other sign that the sound may be getting to bug out a little bit, so we'll just make sure we fix that up. Yeah, it usually just means that my CPU is starting to choke up a little bit. We may eventually just have to lower some of the video quality, unfortunately, in terms of the either the encoding or the frame rate that I have going on, just to make sure we avoid some of those issues, because I'm sometimes pushing what my poor little computer can handle. Whoops. And the sound is the first thing to go. I mean, I do kind of have an ear for that, but I'm not listening to the broadcast audio, right? Like, I've got my local audio, and I can't actually hear exactly what it is that you're hearing on the stream itself. Which is why it's very important for my viewers to be catching that on my behalf, in case it does happen. No, too late there. Okay. Let's try to fix this up. Nope. Once again, let's try to throw at the arrow and trust that the trampoline is in fact going to make it all the way across. Whoops. And yeah, we'll just give this a couple more good attempts, I think. Meg knows that sometimes I do need to take multiple sessions to beat some of these. And that's just part of the learning process. Sure. Let's do that. Probably losing too much time there, but... whoops. There we are. And up we go. Nope. Yeah, that is a difficult one to aim. Just given that half-tile lodging of the trampolines here on top of that blaster. Or if I'm off even slightly, I run into some issues. Yeah, if I don't have the star power on the jump, then I just don't really make it over. And yeah, Samuel, I know that I tend to run at a pretty unreasonably late time. We used to have a good afternoon time for NA when I was streaming last year, but for a number of reasons I can't really do that anymore. I'm hoping to bring back a stream time like that eventually, so we can get more people in who otherwise can't catch me during their waking hours. But we have had to experiment a lot with the schedule this year just to get anything going at all, so... Oh, let's spit. Yeah, because with Electrodude's list, we're down to his 2 hardest shell levels, and so Electrodude knows my level of ability and knows that I will need longer grinds than are available on a viewer level session in order to really make meaningful progress through either of those, so it's good practice, though, for me. Okay. There we go. At long last. There we go, that's actually surprisingly smooth for once. I was trying to duck out of that, and I missed. I was thinking of ducking out to the left, but instead what happened was I cut my momentum and came to a dead stop there instead, and so I should go around on the right, not the left, when I drop that. No. Need to go a little bit faster. I should not hesitate there, or I will just miss the star completely. Well, we're getting closer to making it, so I would like to make that blaster at least once. And then we'll at least have a progress landmark. Because once you get into the habit of some of this, it's not too bad. This is going to be a star. Whoa, look at that. That's something I'll need to grab right away, and then I'll need to fall in. Okay, so I did make it. That is going to be a landmark. Didn't really pay attention to how far it was at that point. It might be important information. Yeah, we'll try to make a good effort here. Cut that off a little bit too early. Alright, let's try to make this happen. But yeah, definitely some chance, Meng, that we may have to tap out of this one and come back to it later, maybe even on the same stream. Depending on how things are going later on. Just so we can get through a little bit more of the queue in the short term, but I think I made a meaningful amount of progress so far, so... nope. Missed that. Yeah, man, we'll bail on this one for now, but I will come back to it for sure. Like I said, we might even just go back to it as the closer today, depending on whether you're still here. And if you're not, that's fine. We'll bump it to another day, so... Thank you for that. We made it most of the way, I think. Incredible backstory writing. I love how there is one multiplayer versus match that has been placed on this. Yeah, I do see how far we got. We were basically 3/4 of the way through, I would say. With something to come at the end after the drop. The drop is just the third opening from the right. At the very end there, so. We will beat this. Eventually. But first, mark this as a loss and go to sub next. And so yeah, I guess if you're both making a contest level, Samuel and Electrodude, and I guess that's for the contest Discord that Electrodude told me about ages ago, which has not motivated any creation for me, unfortunately, but you let me know how that's going in terms of what the conditions are and whether they've given you something interesting. Glitch, if you are still here. I know I tend to push things a little bit late for Glitch, but... So yeah, Glitch, would you like to see a fresh run of Antivator Antics, or would you like to see something else? Totally your choice. Depending on what you would like to stay for. Did you touch a coin too? I never played the first one, I don't think, so we could also consider that. This one I played the early version of. Still not Star Power. Let's do this one, just to fill in this little block here. Isherwood's got a 1-minute record on this, and things have changed. But are they for the better? Well, given that we just had a little bit of practice with the star, maybe we will perform reasonably. But let's find out. Mr. Electrodude, the conditions this time are to make a Touhou-themed level. That seems right up your alley. It's almost like you suggested it yourself. Okay, this is going to be a wall jump, obviously. Oh, this is interesting. That's still not Star Power. Then... Oh, I guess I have to take a hit here. And it's going to be damage boost. And then... okay. Let me think about what the timing mechanism is here, because I didn't see or think about it at first, and I don't know if it's just additional or if it's timer-based. I think it is timer-based, but it's not actually clear to me right now, and we'll just have to play the level and see. The timing is a lag detector when I take a hit or get a power-up. Okay, okay. I actually didn't know that. But it wouldn't apply to a power-up that you already have, right? Okay, so you take a hit, then that's a swap. Okay, now that I understand it. Obviously not. Obviously not. Yeah, I've seen this mechanism before. It just took me a moment to realize that that's what this mechanism was. Because I wasn't really paying attention to how things were reacting here. I've seen a number of levels that use this. But... there we go. I think it is something that's difficult to signal, though. I mean, you definitely try to signal it from the start in terms of collecting the mushroom and so on, but... the timings are consistent enough at the start that you could see how somebody might assume that it's some kind of time or position-based mechanism if they don't know any better from the beginning of the level, even though you're clearly trying to show off the power-up swap right away. And yeah, now that you pointed out, it's very clear to me. No, spin jump. Of course. Tempest Funk, do I accept Game Maker Garage level codes? You can try, but I don't actually have the game, so... unfortunately. There's not much I'll be able to do with that, except maybe pass you over to somebody who does have it. I mean, I did see Tempest Funk, the platforming extravaganza that you gave to West Second on, I believe, yesterday's stream. But yeah, mostly I've actually just been watching some other maker streamers do Game Builder Garage. Lupin Snoob has been doing a ton of it this week because he's also been one of the only people making any kind of video guide for people who are new to that sort of experience. But yeah, I know that West Second was doing it, of course, and some bigger streamers like Feeny, but in general... oh, whoops. Yeah, we can use invincibility frames to wall jump off the right side first. Yeah, I kind of expected, of course, going in that Game Builder Garage would be a bit of a hard sell in terms of a streaming environment. I think it's the kind of thing that's going to be a bit of a slow burn because of how long people will take initially to make reasonable creations that are comfortable sharing. And also just from the comparative friction to the sharing features in that game. Tempest Funk, Loop has been streaming a lot of it. He's been putting together a lot of stuff and doing some viewer critiques as well as he does, and also trying to create some YouTube content for it because nobody else is doing it. So you should definitely send some things to him if you're looking for other maker streamers who are running the garage. But yeah, I haven't seen too many others do it. And... okay, it's okay, we'll come over here. No, this is supposed to be a POW block that drops the coin drops the mushroom, and the mushroom activates this. Okay, very clear to me. Okay, here we go. And yeah, Electro Dude, it definitely is a very busy interface from what I've seen, but also one that I think is meant to show off to first-timers just a lot of conceptual basics about how to think about how objects and functions talk to each other in a programming environment that is based on objects and connections. Whoops. I mean, Glitch, in a way it is designed specifically for people who are first-time programmers. I could tell from the start, especially from how Nintendo was trying to show that off initially, that we need a double twirl here for sure. That it was primarily meant to be kind of an educational tool, and as I'd been saying on one of the previous streams, it's an educational tool that I definitely wish I had when I was younger. Not only as somebody who was playing with that stuff, but also as somebody who was, in some contexts, teaching some of those concepts to beginners. Whoops, spin jump. There are just a lot of programming environments that aren't nearly as safe in terms of being designed to be not too easily breakable. Like, it's a bit of a difficult trade-off when you're working on a builder environment like that, especially for novices, that you want your tools to be powerful enough to give them creative freedom, but at the same time, if your tools are powerful, you also create lots of possibilities for them to just break everything, and you kind of have to balance that out and make sure that the breakage is contained. So we obviously had to get the wall jump there in a location that would not take damage. Okay. And yeah, Electro Dude, there is a demo. I don't know how powerful the demo is. Don't know how much there is to it. Whether there's just a limit to the number of creations that you have or something else. Yeah, if I do pick it up, I'm pretty sure the first thing it would work on would be something like a tower defense engine, but that's just what happens when you come from that sort of background where... Okay, let's get this. Oh, okay. Let's jump towards that. Yeah, because as a lot of longtime viewers here know, one thing that I do talk about from time to time is that before Mario Maker, the Maker scene that I used to be quite involved in was Warcraft 3 back in the day. Back in the earliest days of tower defense design, before most people really understood what the genre was, and before it really took off on Flash and mobile and other places. And so, as soon as Game Builder Garage was revealed, I was looking at it and thinking, okay, if I pick this up, we're definitely building tower defense. Okay, we want a regular jump there. I think the fact that the ceiling is rather low was somehow just encouraging me to spin jump, but... yeah, in general, I'm not somebody to complain too much about things like spin jump indication in locations like this one. Obviously, you'll have some players who are just going to beg you for Z in that spot, but I do think that sometimes, though, the length of some of these segments, which of course is just timed around how long it takes for Mario to dash from place to place in a damaged state, do tend to introduce some visibility problems, like how the Pokey there is scrolling in. So, just something to be aware of. Miss. Okay. Have I ever played They Are Billions? I think I've heard of it, but I have not played it myself, no. And, okay, down we go. No, spin jump. That's just me forgetting. I mean, I think that obviously there are some people who are very indicator dependent and stuff like that, but I think that even with or without indicators, I would occasionally just forget. Because that's just how I play. But yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a trouble spot, I think, just because of visibility, though. In terms of how fast a Pokey is scrolling in. But it's not too much of an issue. It's still visible, it's just that you need to react awfully quickly. There we go. Oh, a little bit late there. Guess we needed to twirl after the mushroom in both cases. Pretty fun zombie tower defense game, okay. Yeah, like I said, I think I know it by name, but that's pretty much all there is to it. there are a lot of things that, despite a lot of tower defense going initially to Flash and then to mobile and then back to smaller indie games on PC and Switch and elsewhere, there are a lot of things to the design of the genre that I think have still not really been captured from their heyday in the Warcraft 3 scene, particularly a lot of the asymmetric co-op designs that were very popular back in the day. And so, likewise, if Mario Maker ever gets into a bit of a lull between releases or between platforms, I mean, I think it's likely to be something that remains with Nintendo in the long term, but if we eventually have some kind of Mario Maker drought, I think a lot of us are going to be in the position of missing particular kinds of level design that no professional game would ever really satisfy. Because a lot of experiences in Mario Maker are very unique to Mario Maker and can only kind of work with that shared basis and shared understanding of what the elements are doing and what the mechanics are going to be. And so yeah, I think there are always going to be elements to user content scenes that are not very replaceable. Okay, we take damage here and that unlocks the gate. We're finally through. SD, welcome. Okay, boss time. And Wendy's gonna show that Wendy-O. And we can't take too much damage, because the more damage we take, the closer we will be to the P-switch activation, which then gets you into big trouble. However, if you stand on top of the donut blocks, it should be possible to wait out the P-switch. But I don't know if this is pure survival timer. Yeah, as you can see, there is a blaster that lands on a P-switch on the left side. And the red blaster on the right side. A lot of mechanisms here to watch that I am reading instead of actually playing the level. But currently I'm still trying to figure out what the unlock condition for the key is going to be. Obviously, I think you should just avoid taking damage. Easier said than done. Speaking of Touhou levels and bullet hell bosses, whoops. Now, is it an infinite P-switch, or can we actually live? Whoops. It is winnable as Small Mario, okay. And the boss fight gets harder as you take damage. Well, yeah, I can see that. That you have certain activations here that are make your life worse. Yeah, because the first hit unlocks the spike ball, as you can see. Second hit makes you jump around the donut blocks. We should be taking advantage of the wall jump a little bit more as well. Yeah, it's a neat idea for a room. The only thing, of course, is that because it's built so wide, that as the player, you kind of need to read the initial mechanisms all at once, I guess. And now I know what everything is doing, and I can see it, but I still don't know what my action here is supposed to be in terms of how I'm going to grab the key, whether it is a survival timer or whether there is going to be some way that I hit Wendy or the Piranha Plant. I don't actually see that right now, unless I'm missing something obvious. Survive only, okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at all of these elements here, of course, and trying to figure that out on the fly, because I can read this and see that, okay, there's going to be a repeated switch activation that drops on a P-switch. There's going to be a repeated switch activation that launches the spike balls and the bullet up top and so on, but you know, when I stare around at that, we have the key at that point. I just barely missed. 41 seconds on the clock at that point from respawn, so that's something we'll keep in mind in terms of what the timing is going to be. Yeah, it's about a 30-second survival timer, almost. Starting from checkpoint, not starting from room entry. Yeah, the dodging itself is fine. As you can see, I mean, I was having a lot of trouble earlier, but it is pretty fair in terms of spacing if you just plan out carefully. But it's definitely not clear to me that it is a survival timer, apart, of course, from the fact that I don't know if I can do anything. But that's okay. I know you're kind of limited in terms of visual space, in terms of how much information you can realistically communicate. And yeah, as you can see, you have a kind of three-tier finish here, where the best ending is with Fire Flower, secondary ending is with Super Mario, and then Small Mario gets nothing. But kind of like that little three-tier gate at the end. So yeah, definitely a very neat idea throughout. I think communicating it to first-time players is something that can still be a bit of a challenge. But once we got into the hang of things and read things accurately, that was a lot of fun. So thank you for that glitch. And thank you for all the GGs. Wow, that's a Grakowski special GG with the Grakowski puzzle piece. Grakowski, I think this is actually the first time I've seen your puzzle piece G emote. Very nice design, very fitting. And yeah, Glitch, thank you for staying as always. I know that I pushed the stream right towards your bedtime. Next GM, let's take a look. If you would like to check in, although I think you're here. Yep. Yours shouldn't take very long. Yeah, that's fine. These things balance out with time, so. Let's see it. GM 126, Gold Rush Quarry. Bowser has found a gold mine. Mario must take it for himself. I don't know if he must take it for himself. He could always get to Bitcoin or something. World record by Seriously? Or, no, rather, Seriously. Let's not confuse the two. And about 12%. So, let's see what this is all about. And SD, I think that only applies if you are escaping from the depths of Azkaban. But I think we get the general idea. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, just lots of things that deflect into each other. This would also be a fun one to speedrun. Not that we're doing it today. I spent far too long on doing it with NextGM's car level previously, but... Oh, interesting that you have kind of this false doorway here. This hut. Whoops, going for the spin jump. Totally forgot about that Fire Flower interaction, but that's okay, because we'll do it here instead. Well, nope. Totally. What did I say? Forgot about that Fire Flower interaction. I'm just going to check up here on the rooftops. And yeah, I assume we can fall gently. Good. Could have gotten hit there if I wasn't careful, but... Nope. Trying to head up top again, and that's not quite going, but... no, we can definitely have some locations where you can do that. Whoops. Nope. Once again, when I repress the dash button, I shoot everything, and that creates all kinds of trouble. Okay, let's just throw some shells. Yeah, that poor blue spike top just having escaped from underground to join the rest of its companions here. I guess, yeah, that's... we haven't really been reading into the theme too much, but I guess these are just veins of gold. And you have mine carts that are being stuffed by the Red Koopas here who are working for the mining company. I think that's the general idea, and then here's the little conveyor belt here that's brings all the gold nuggets over to the delivery area. And here we go. And let's let this guy get around. What's over here? Nothing. Okay, it's fine. Here we are. Yeah, kind of a gentle decorative level. I think that given the amount of stuff you can bounce on, that would be a fun one to speedrun. For those who want to try it. Given that, yeah, 1 minute record here, I'm sure that hasn't really been pushed very tightly. Someone else can try today, though, so thank you for that, GM. Mark that as a win, and let's pop over to what's up next. If there is one. Nugukaza is going to be 6-2D. How? LSF. So, Nugukaza. I don't check Mario Maker Reddit very often, but I did take a peek at it the other day, and then I saw that one of the top posts was somebody just posting this clip of themselves beating this crazy P-Balloon level, and I took one look at the thumbnail, and I told myself, yeah, that's a Nugukaza level. And I was right. Anyway, we can do something that I maybe haven't tried before, given that some of the precision stuff, you know, we do kind of expect to fail, but as you can see, my clear percentage on Nugukaza levels is not great. It's maybe slightly over 50%. But the concepts are usually pretty fun to look at least, even if we fail miserably. Now look at Antinode just grabbing all of the clears on these. Fire and Ice Mountain, Snow Pokey Precision Cave, Little P-Balloon de Numismatis, and Lava Swimming. Yeah, a lot of precision stuff. We can do any of these, really. But hopefully one where I actually have a chance, so I'm not just doing one obstacle over and over. Let's do Lava Swimming. Controlled boost. This will be interesting. But maybe it'll be similar to that Cannonball room. That's in Heptophobia. And so, that was a fun mechanic, even though I couldn't turn the corner on that, so let's give it a look. This is from February. Yeah, Next GM, thank you for the second submission. Okay, so we need to bump Yoshi, but then after we bump Yoshi, what happens? He drowns, and then... Oh, okay, I see. And then we need to not get pushed. By finding the appropriate rhythm to get through that segment. World record of about 22 tells me that we probably don't have too many of those challenges to deal with all at once. And of course, the scroll stops right here until you get within proximity, so... I do need to build up a little bit of speed going in, I think. I can't just tap right at the very beginning. Nope. Okay. Wait, no, why don't I just do this? What does this do? Practice. Yeah, I will practice. I like that idea. Right, because this just pushes you through the bumpers, and you can find the appropriate rhythm. I like that you have the practice room. Well, I mean, we're getting pushed into the bumpers. I mean, that was not quite right. But we can find the appropriate speed. It'll be with some kind of consistent rhythm of controlled taps, but it's the entry point right now that worries me slightly. Better to attempt to enter too early than too late, though. Nope. Maybe I need to bunch up right against it and then push through. No, because if you bunch up right against it, then you get rebounded back. And a rebound will prevent you from starting up in time. So that will not be the method. I think I do need to build up a little bit, though. Nope. You made a level based on that cannonball room. Yeah. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's a fun mechanic. For sure. That part, anyway. Turning the corner, maybe not so much, but the core of the mechanic is fine. I wonder if I need to give myself a little bit more room So, as with the lava segment, I can use the P-Balloon hitbox to lower myself a bit further, because right now I'm too close to the ceiling to do any of this, and I think that's part of the issue. Obviously, I won't get that much flexibility to bump around when I do this for real, but we'll kind of head towards the middle of the track here, and maybe in the other room I'll get enough room under the ceiling to do that, because if I'm right up against the ceiling, this is not going to work. Not going to work very well at all, in fact. Almost. Almost. I kind of want to go back to the main room, though, to see how much spacing we have in terms of staying up above the lava level without being dunked. Because we clearly do need a little bit of space over the ceiling. I guess Yoshi here is for an on-off activation. As you can see, you can kind of dip down and put my head here between those two blocks. And I'm going to get dunked. Okay, so. But I should be thinking about that track positioning, and maybe the bumpers in the practice room do give me an appropriate reading of how much room I have as well. As you can see, you can get down here quite low. Almost down to the red block, but not quite. I don't know if you need to be pixel perfect here, but you definitely need to be pretty close against the lava level to get much done. Yeah, kind of... Oh, whoops. No, too low. Now, I wonder if you're subjected to the drag at that point. I don't think you should be if you're not colliding with the lava itself, but... Yeah, as you can see, turning here is okay, but it will need some kind of controlled boost. Nope. Not dunked. So we'll see. I mean, I obviously didn't even survive the practice room for a single run, but the practice room is a little bit more flexible in terms of the space that you get before the fail condition, just given the hitboxes of the bumpers as opposed to the lava. At least that's what I'm discerning here, so. Okay. But yeah, SD, as far as Supernova DGML is concerned, the resident representative from the dog gang isn't fooling anybody. Okay, still getting dunked. Yeah, definitely need to read the entry timing a little bit better. We may need to go back to the practice room too. Really kind of map that out and figure out what the entry point is going to be. Yeah, poor John Doe, he keeps losing in court. John Doe, Florida man. And, okay, let's push through here. Yeah, as you can see, we're getting dunked like crazy. I need to practice this in such a fashion that I'm not getting pushed at all. If I get pushed at all in the lava room, then that's going to be a fail, so. So even like this, that's going to be pushing too far. And, okay. Oh. Yeah, the entry point, I think, is actually going to be the hardest thing, even more than the tapping rhythm, which, you know, we can eventually determine what that will be, but... No, that's a little too slow. That's okay, we'll just figure out the pattern here. Wow. Okay. Alright, let's just try this again. Yeah, we will not have the flexibility to be bumped back and forth like that. If I get pushed at all, I think it's going to be too late. So. No. However, if I just passed the practice room here at all, that will be an accomplishment. So we'll take this as the easy mode of the level and just try to do something here. Even if it's not strictly progressing towards any kind of clear, as you can see. Okay, that's almost the timing that we want. Not quite. But I'm letting up on the repetition a little bit, and that's how we'll figure that out. Almost. Slow down a little bit near the end here. So, let's try this again. And okay. Let's... Nope. Yeah, given that it's an even longer segment on the main challenge, this is not something I expect to be easy. Yeah, slowing down a little bit too much there. As you can see, we're getting a push from behind. At least there is a very clear feedback mechanism to whether you're going too fast or too slow on a pattern. Just need to maintain that evenly. Can't boost too much here, just need nice gentle taps. Also, let me check one thing here. So a single boost versus pushing into a boost, if that makes any sense. Like, because I'm holding down the right arrow, and I wonder if I should be. Because if I don't hold down the right arrow, then I actually have a bit more finesse and control, you see. So yeah, that's the issue that I'm running into. As I said, I was still holding down the arrow on the D-pad instead of purely boosting. If I purely boost, it's actually much easier to control the distance that I'm covering, as you can see. Where I'm doing significantly better, or was doing significantly better. So that's going to be one element of the technique here that we'll just try to retain as we do the main body of the level ourselves. But yeah, I mean, I did manage to make it through once with a little bit of pushing. So we'll just try it again here. And yeah, the Yoshi gate is, of course, something that teaches you to do the push. So yeah, we'll let up on the D-pad entirely. Entry is going to be a little bit late there. And yeah, I definitely get a little bit more control that way. Obviously, I think it is doable both ways because of just the variance and how much boosting you can do off the P, but I think this way will be a bit easier for me to manage in terms of having access to a more fine point boost. Let's just watch the entry point rhythmically. No, not quite. Still haven't gotten past the first bit there. And okay, we'll push. But yeah, Nukukaze, I know I've said something like this before, but I have no idea what you did with your life before the P-Balloon. I can't even imagine. It's one of those things where it's like you came into this world as a P-Balloon master fully formed. Oh, whoops. Because I'm trying to think about other video games that kind of work like the P-Balloon, like, for example, say, Rocket Barrels in DKC or something, which aren't quite the same thing, but which also have that bit of repetition to the input sometimes. And, I mean, I guess racing games as well, to some extent, although with racing you're not so much doing repeated taps. For finesse, you're kind of doing them maybe around corners if you're tightening things up. Does the Yoshi have to die? Red Knight, I mean, we can try to avoid it, but I think it is related to the switch activation unless the switch activation is purely by proximity. Whoops. Yeah, you can go under Yoshi. I think the Yoshi is there to encourage you to do the repeated tap motion. Or we can just get pushed by the screen boundary, of course. So no, Yoshi does not have to die, if you're particularly sensitive to something like that. Okay, I almost made it past the first blaster, which is progress. Yeah, I feel like it's possible to just have one really deep run at some point if we just find the right pocket for entering. You usually hide Yoshi, and this time he's just chilling. Yeah, I guess if you're also using Yoshi as a blaster blocking mechanism, then your first choice of the level, save or kill Yoshi. I mean, it doesn't particularly matter if you can't get out yourself. Oops. There we go, nearly got a clip there. Let's back up a bit. Yeah, still entering a little bit too slow. I do need a bigger boost for the entry, I think, in order to get under that blaster completely, and that's one thing here that I'm missing, and that I should be able to do a bigger boost to start. Not that big, because I'll bump my head. But... Man, did you actually just make a game in the Builder Garage, or... I can't always tell when Meng is just pulling a fast one on us, so... Although I think a Meng game in that context must be pretty interesting. Okay, whoops. But yeah, we definitely need a bigger boost on entry. Once again, I may have to try this in a practice room again, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, because if you do a bigger boost initially, you do have to stop it before you bump into anything ahead of you, and so... I feel like I still don't really have the rhythm down for how to do this without getting pushed. And yeah, I was trying this with a bit of a lower start before, but maybe we don't really have that flexibility. It is a little easier when you can see the bottom of the blasters, of course, because then I don't need to guess when they're coming up, and I have a bit more reaction time. Part of the issue is that I'm not really making a good guess as to when the gate will be open. Yeah, slowed down a little bit too much there, but as you can see, the initial entry was fine. Yeah, getting pushed a little bit too much here. Holding right against the blaster would give you a visual indication of when you could boost. Okay. Oh, I see, because you would push forward slightly. Yeah. In the first one. Yeah, the reason I wasn't doing that was mainly because I was spamming the button a bit, and when you do it, of course, you just get locked in position from all the stunning. Maybe it's okay to be slightly pushed down initially. Let's acknowledge yet another raid coming in from Zero Planes. Zero Planes will be the first person to bring in a raid today that is not from a Jackbox stream. We were receiving a whole bunch of Jackbox raids earlier, and now at last we have the Mario Maker crew coming in hot with a whole bunch of submissions. Yeah, queue is fairly early on and still wide open. It's going to be open for some time yet, so... Welcome everybody, and hope the stream over there was going well, if it was another viewer night over there. Okay, so we can mostly make it past the practice room, but not quite. It's just the entry point that we need to sort out here. So, Fluffy Otters and Green Heroes, thank you for the submissions. Like I said, hope everything went well over at Zero Stream. And... since I haven't seen most of you folks over the course of this week, also hope that your E3 went very well and that you're as satisfied with Nintendo's offerings as I have been this year. And Zero Planes is going to skip the queue. Okay. Zero Planes, it does say that you have the redemption. It does say that you have the redemption. You might want to actually give me the code, though, otherwise I'll have to refund you. But if you have something to show me, you're quite welcome to. Oh, you skipped for Fluffy's level. Yeah, we can do that. We'll put Fluffy in directly after this one. So yeah, I didn't really have a policy in place for, people just redeeming a skip to queue on behalf of other people, but I don't see why not. Something that my long-timers, I'm sure, are eager to just start abusing. And Biggie Souls, this was your first time trying a raid, and sometimes Twitch's interface for that can be a little bit glitchy. So yeah, you did manage to come in time. I don't know if you actually managed to see me here before I finished acknowledging you. Maybe you were still contending with some kind of pre-roll ad or something as you were coming in. But yeah, I did acknowledge your raid earlier on. Possibly before you were able to take notice. And, okay, so I need to suffer through that level before it leaves. Interesting, okay. I'll take a look at that one. I wonder if it's something that I have seen before, but I may recognize it, who knows. If it's the thing I'm thinking of. Oh, we made it past our first blaster. Okay, that's progress. That's progress. That's a new record. Not a very good record, but a new record. Alright. Yeah, let's press against this time. Need a little bit of a bigger boost here. The original has been played here, but not the Master Quest. Okay. I don't know if we've earned a right to challenge the Master Quest, but we'll just trust your judgment on some of that. Okay, we actually made it past 2 blasters. That's a very new record. And so yeah, new Kaza. We'll see if we can make it much further, but I'm actually pretty happy with making any progress at all here. We made it through 4 blasters. We're steadily improving all of a sudden, so. Earned a right versus deserved a punishment. Yeah, I mean, it's all a matter of perspective. The reward for a Fluffy Udders clear is more Fluffy Udders clears. Eventually. Maybe not. Yeah, let me see how long I've been on this one, because my record so far is 4. And, yeah, we might not be able to get much further, but we'll perhaps push through 1 or 2 attempts here. We've been on this one for about 20 minutes, which, we've been learning it steadily. Maybe. Yeah, let's let this thing dip. Yeah, not quite. I don't know if I really saw enough of that to put a like on it, but I do appreciate the practice room. That was nice to have, even though the practice room, of course, gives you quite a gentler time than everything else. And we did beat the practice room, sort of. So, that's progress. Okay, let's get the Q skip in here. I'll need to manage this manually on the back end, so just give me one moment while I get everything in order. Yeah, Green Heroes, as far as the mental health goes, at least I'm awake for this day. I've had some streams recently, not viewer level streams, but some other maker streams where I've been getting a little wiped out earlier than expected and had to bail out on some things. We were actually running a Super World yesterday where I was hoping to do the whole thing in one sitting, which I usually do, and I only got halfway before I had to just call it quits. So these things happen. Let's see if I can put Fluffy Udders in. That's going to be something I'll hopefully make function. And yeah, let's try current and list. And yeah, after that it will be back to next. And I'll also make sure the Q skip has been properly acknowledged as a reward. So yeah, thank you, Zero, for cashing that in. Let's see what we're in for this time. TJ97TN DWF. Oh yes, happy swamp jumps. Yes, that's right. No clears on this yet, so I'm sure that it's been a regular fixture at this point on the Zero Planes uncleared stream. I didn't clear the original either, of course, but I think we made a few jumps. Sorry, not sorry, Team Jerp. Well, don't be such a jerp. That's the original credit there as well, okay. Let's see. Happy Swamp Jumps Master Quest has a clear condition attached to it. I'm going to check the clear time, just It has a 7-minute 37 clear time with a clear condition on it. I hope the clear condition lets me land. That's the first thing I'll say. SDGML, what command do I use for Warp World when a queue skip happens? I actually just go to Warp World in my browser, and I just click the next button next to the relevant course, and so I don't really have a chat command mapped out for that. Can we tag this guy? No, we need to go right off the edge, I think. Unless we just bounce over this way. No, we don't. That's why it's the Master Quest. Because that is, in fact, what we had tried previously. And, okay, not getting quite far enough. Maybe it is possible to bend around back and get onto that platform. Let's see. Or fall out of that jump, perhaps. I feel like I'll get clipped by the swamp if I do that, yeah. But with a slightly different timing, and maybe if we drop that swamp first by going up the middle. Maybe it is possible. No, because we need to get close enough to drop it, of course, while we're still on the same height or slightly lower. And yeah, you see, it's been long enough since I've looked at the original that I don't remember the structure of that either. I do remember how the rooms look, but not what my methods were. Although, as you can see, this is set up to prevent you from doing quite the same thing. Okay, so that worked. That's an accomplishment. You copied it block for block and then made it harder. Okay. Yeah, we'll just let this guy retreat. We do have the opportunity to take this across. Almost all of the hidden blocks are new in the first few sections. Yeah, I remember that in the original, the bit with a snake block was already throwing me off quite a bit, but again, I don't even remember the original pattern at this point, so. Oh, look at that spike. Yeah, that's going to be troublesome. And Liddy-esque SJS, or however you pronounce it, Hume2, I guess, if that's your maker code. Thank you for your submission. We'll hopefully get to you decently soon. A little bit tight there, but doable. If you remember, you added a bunch of stuff, tweaked a load of stuff, but the only thing in the entire level you actually removed was the third claw in the third room. I don't know if I ever made it to the third room. I think I did, but I don't actually remember the claw in question, so. Oh, maybe I do, actually, now that you mention it. No, I would have made it through the third room if I were getting as far as the snake block and such, but yeah, it's the wide open one. A wide open room with a couple of claw jumps. So, we'll see. No sign of the pink coins yet, of course. Yeah, we can afford to go a little bit higher here. Just to shave that corner. And yeah, there we go. And then back. And yeah, we'll, I guess, avoid the boo rings here. Need slightly higher jumps there just to cover a bit of distance. There we go. Okay, this guy here is going to be Bit of an annoyance. Ah, right, because you do need to ride this out for some reason. Because even in the original, I think you couldn't just make it across the door. Whoops. Now, is the snake block going to come all the way down and around? Let's wait and see. No, it's not. It's just going to fall completely. Now, luckily, if we come back here and reset the room, that block will be activated and the booze will not. And I don't have to play this very long, just thought I'd find the concept funny. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how far I can actually meaningfully progress. I have no expectation of bleeding very much. Do I ever do level contests? I probably should. SD, I haven't done so yet. But that's not a bad idea. I come up with some kind of appropriate prize. I don't quite know how people manage cross-region stuff when it comes to things like eShop cards and such, but I think instead what I would probably do is just do something like a feature video or some kind of content that is appropriate to the winner. And I'll come up with some kind of theme for it, I'm sure. Given the high quality makers that we get here, it shouldn't be difficult to come up with something appropriate if we do run something. But yeah, SD, I'll definitely keep that in mind. I had been considering that for some time, but we don't really have a good theme or a time to run it yet. So, may as well, if we spawn the boomerang, come back and try to get despawned. And yeah, SD, that's true, that if somebody is good enough to win a level contest, they should certainly get some sub-privileges in terms of submitting to queue, so. Okay, here we go. And back we are. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, there was some reason that I couldn't just do this, and that's the reason. So the snake block stays up top. We can just reactivate everything, of course, if we go through here. I mean, obviously, you know, with a 7-minute clear time on the clear check, it'd have to be pretty crisp about all of this just to get over. Okay, so can't cheese that or get around it. In fact, that may have blocked me off a little bit from snake block in its entirety, but we'll see. We'll go back there and see if we can do anything different. Okay, let's go over here, get around, and hit the spike. So yeah, like I said, we won't stay on this very long. We've been introduced to the general concept. But I was kind of curious as to whether hitting those blocks above the snake block could actually give me some kind of shortcut path if I came back here a second time. So, Atom, you will want to use the !add command. But welcome. Good to see you here. And do try to plug that into the bot, though. Yeah, queue is still wide open, so we're quite welcome to submit. I will probably be closing off fairly soon, though, just to make sure we can get through everything in a reasonable amount of time. We do pretty much always get through everybody who does stay in the queue. It's just that it can take a little bit long. Yeah, let's reset this. I'll see if I can survive this room. I'd like that to be the benchmark. If I can do that, then I'll be quite content to bail on this. But we haven't seen if anything has changed with that snake block pattern. So. Yeah, for those who are unaware of the backstory behind this level, this was based on a level that was originally a bit of a long-term fixture on Zero Plane's stream, and he made a whole YouTube video about it afterwards, I think, just because the player took some work. And yeah, Adam, Thank you for Race to Shells. We'll do that in good time. Whoops. Yeah, Fluffy Otters, I don't know if I want... Well, no, I do want to know, in fact, how long it took you to get the clear check together for this thing. But you can kind of frighten us with that as a cautionary tale. Even as someone who is the maker and knows where all the blocks are placed. Whoops. Up we go. Yeah, I really do have to undershoot that a little bit to dodge the spike, and let's make sure we stay to the left this time, so we don't get trapped. This location here. There we go. Okay, that's just a whole lot of nothing. Actually, you are supposed to then hit those blocks and probably make it over. You took a month to upload this, okay. Yeah, likely not happening. We'll try to make one last good attempt at trying to figure out the snake block pattern here, or anything else that would get us through. I think probably activating the blocks above and trying to go above is the approach that is likeliest to get results. So we'll try that at least once just to see if it works. Then we'll call it progress. Okay, here we are. So yeah, you can totally go over that location, so we'll come back here and we'll reload this room, unless there are, of course, vines that are inside those blocks, which there might be, because I was hearing the sound effect for those, and so it's possible everything reset on me here. Haven't actually seen yet. Yeah, everything, no, they don't. We land on top, then we go over. Very straightforward, as you can see. Yeah, let's see what this is all about. I remember having a lot of trouble with this jump. Need to place this slightly further, or just build up some momentum, and jump on the edge. But I'd like a minor spoiler about those blocks. About which blocks? About the ones that we hit just now? Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get much further in this, so I don't particularly mind. Oops. The ones above the snake block, okay. I mean, given her placement, I would not have imagined that they would affect much else in the level, but... Okay. I'm going to hit you. That might actually be okay, because you can... No. Not quite. Probably just need to get over to this location. Let's scout ahead, actually. They have munchers in them, okay. Oh, okay, so if you try to go over directly on the same attempt, where you activate those blocks and then you try to jump up above the snake block, then that would just straight up kill you. Interesting red block over there. I'm implying that something is spawn blocked by an on-off switch activation. And yeah, I don't think we're going to get much further here, so it's okay. 2 rooms. And of course, clearing some of the coins here was probably not a great idea, given that we need a P-switch activation to do anything. I am a little bit curious about that red block, but you know what? Let's swim over. Yeah, so obviously we need a P-switch. Nothing else is going to happen unless we drop an icicle and make it jumpable. And nope, we're nowhere close to doing that. Very, very suspicious. But unfortunately, probably not something I can see on this attempt if I am just blocked by this jump here. Unless there's something I can do. Okay. Nope. Alright, let's just take to death, and we'll call it an S1 for now, but I guess that's a bit of an introduction to the concept. Let's take a look at the main screen. Like I said, I don't remember the original well enough. I think I actually did make it as far as the tree, I want to say, but maybe I just remembered a tree from looking at it, the old thumbnail. But anyway, we figured out a few things, so GG for that, I guess. And thank you for the submission. Wonder when first clear is going to go down. I'm sure Zero Planes is looking forward to that week to week. You made it past that part in the original, and I have to mid-air in a new one. Okay. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I guess if I just do a bit of a soft drop on the spring, that's going to be tricky, so... Anyway, let's mark this one as a loss for the moment. And go down to queue. User Nuts, if you are still here, please check in. You think it'll end up having a higher clear rate than the original? Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's mostly just veterans of the original that are seeing it at all, and people who are likelier to bother pushing into it, then it would affect the statistics, to be sure, in terms of how long they're willing to stay with it. So yeah, User Nuts, please check in. If you're not going to check in, then we'll move on to DDO Neon, who will be next after that. So yes, you are here. Great. Thank you. I know that sometimes people might take a moment to type, or that there might be some latency on mobile. So we try to be fairly accurate and fair about getting people in. And yeah, DDO, well, it'll be sub next after this if there is a sub, and then... although, let's see here, we might... The only subs are currently repetitions, so I don't know if I'll do that. I might just go down the list for a little bit, just to make sure. Some people get a chance, so... Bill Blaster Badlands. A wasteland with Bill Blasters scattered around for some reason. Don't know why, but... We'll just be hanging around here all day. Okay. Blasters will have bombs. The bombs will not do anything for me just yet, but we'll check up here just to explore a bit. And so yeah, let's just be careful with all the bombs. Coins here just give you a landing location, I guess, for how far platforms are going to go. Actually kind of nice to have that as a bit of a subtle indication. Whoops, didn't know why I thought I was going to make that. Okay, let's... Whoops. That was salvaged, just barely. Yeah, let's cut some momentum there without being too reckless. Traditional levels, we know how to play those from time to time. Yeah, definitely have to have a bit of finesse landing in here. It's quite visible to see what goes on afterwards. So this is going to be an on-off switch activation after we bomb that location. After we bomb that location. And then the mole is hanging around down there for some reason. Probably we just need to tap a bomb. Whoops. Nope. Soft drop should be okay. We don't really need to shoot anything here, I don't think. Yeah. I guess the mole isn't really doing anything functional for me there yet. Oh, interesting. On-off switch Would have activated this thing here. Let's see what that was all about. I wonder. Whoops. I wasn't really paying that much attention to that location, so... Nope. Come on. There we go. Oh, I see, okay. Because originally that was just blocked, whoops, by a nice tall blaster. And yeah, we just made sure that dropped into the abyss before the switch activation, and so this is how everything's going to go over here. It is possible, I think, to jump back around. Why you would do that, I don't know, but it is possible to go back. I guess if you wanted to come in here and proceed with the state set to off for some reason, like a state-dependent secret or something, that would be how to do it. Oh, thought that was going to drop. It does not. Oh, interesting. Okay, that pipe is just going to be more bombs, and more bombs will give you a 30 coin eventually. Yeah, Fluffy Udders, you have a good day. Yeah, you do get shot directly if you hang around too long on a flag. That kind of thing I'm often unsure about, because I think a lot of players, they will try to take a flag respawn location as a safe harbor. Unless they really have some kind of time pressure to force them to go right away. I know sometimes if I just want to, you know, have a quick sip of a beverage or a cough or something, then the checkpoint respawn is when I do it, so that's just a potential risk factor there. When you have people shot at the checkpoint. More moles. Okay. We can deal with that. Down we go. We should check down here. Nothing. Okay. Let's not slide right off the slope. Okay, bonsai time. A bit of a bonsai maze. We're just going to get shot in the face by a bomb once again, and it's going to be dropping bombs to the left side. That's going to be the purpose of this fight. You just grab bombs, you send them downstairs, and then everything else is just dodging. So, whoops. Okay, up we go. Oh, whoops. Not quite. So given the current length of the queue, I likely will be closing at the end of this level. So for people who do still want to submit, this will be last call. Sometimes if we finish well ahead of schedule for some miraculous reason, then I might reopen for one or two at the end, or go back to a level that we still hadn't finished from earlier in the stream, which in today's case would be the one that we had from Mang, very beginning. But that depends entirely on how long it takes to get through everybody else. We do traditionally clear everybody who remains online. So, no need to worry about us cutting off early. I try my best not to do that. Because nobody wants to be 1 or 2 spots away when a streamer cuts off the stream, so... we can theoretically get on the left side here, but there's no purpose to doing that. There is, however, a purpose to getting some of the bombs down to conveyor belt. Whoops. Yeah, I'm pitching some of those bombs high because that way they don't deflect against each other. Do I need to move mole, though? If the idea is that I need to kill the mole for the key, then maybe I need to not take a bomb until I'm right under the cannon. Something similar. I don't know yet, because I can't quite see what's going on down at the conveyor level, so we'll go back there and we'll take a look. Nice, of course, that you introduce the moles throughout the level just to give you a bit of foreshadowing for what is to come. Whoops. A little bit trapped in that corner. Yeah, I should put in the order command as well. I mean, we used to have a lot of commands that would give you that kind of information, but I had to slim some of them down, I think. So we'll put in something. I mean, you know, it's fairly informal around here. We tend to go next to sub next, although sometimes if all of the remaining subs have already been played, then we might just go down next to avoid repetitions, but given the length of the queue, we might be doing that. But we'll make that decision based on how things are going, and who is in, and what people's placement is, etc. Whoops. And yeah, SD, you would think that eventually Supernova would just run out of Eli levels, but apparently not. Okay, up we go. And what do we have here? Okay, once again, let's try to make our way across safely, which will not quite go as planned. Nope. Shouldn't take too long to bust down the bombs there, but you do need to ignite one very close to the end there in order for it to reach the mole. Otherwise it just doesn't survive long enough on the conveyor belt, and so that's something I'll need to figure out how to do when we get back there. Pretty easy to get from checkpoint all the way back to the boss room, of course. So yeah, Nugukaza, thank you for the placement code, whatever that is. Whatever it turns out to be. So yeah, we want to ignite bombs as late as possible once we get into the last one. Early on, doesn't matter so much. But once we get into something like this guy here, we definitely want to do something about that mole. I mean, I don't know if I can activate the bomb soon enough, because the way that they initially kind of stall. There's gotta be a different way to do this, perhaps. Like if you manage to start the bomb at some kind of further location down the belt when you send it down. I don't know. I'll have to take a look at that and see what we're dealing with here. Could just be missing something very obvious, which does happen from time to time. Try jumping on the bombs. That is what I'm doing. Unless you mean... Oh, okay. I guess we could do the spin. Can't really do that over the bumper, though, in terms of projecting that accordingly. I don't know if that will do any change to the initial momentum here, though. Yeah, because, okay, that kicks the bomb immediately down. That might actually be the trick here, because you can see how quickly it goes down. As soon as we get that spin, so. There we go. That's all there was to it. If you could get a degree in missing something obvious, you'd get a doctorate in that. I mean, I think that's What a lot of doctoral theses end up being, right, is that everybody has been missing something obvious. It's just that it takes years of work to find out what that one thing is. Find that little unexplored corner of knowledge that everybody has just been neglecting. Hey, thank you for that, Bill Blaster Badlands. Yeah, a lot of fun. Definitely something that I was a bit sloppier about than I should have been, but we got through it. And thank you for the GGs. We'll mark that as a win. And at this point, as I said, I will be closing up after I enter the next code. And yeah, so remaining subs in the queue right now are Next GM and Nugukaza. We'll still alternate sub next, I think. It's just that I'll likely pick some shorter stuff. Well, except Nugukaza replaced the code anyway with the Adventure Sneak Peek. That's okay, we'll just go sub next for now, and we'll see how things are going with the length of some of the levels. We're fairly informal about this, as long as people don't feel like we're keeping them waiting for unreasonably long, although I know that this is a bit of a difficult time for a lot of people to be hanging out on a stream long term. And as I said, we'll punch in a code and then we will close up. So it's going to be 5J0 DRQ AQG. And before we get into GM 137, which is Freeze Pipe Folly, I'll just make sure we are closed up for now and update the stream title, the bot display, etc. accordingly. So we'll just get on all that in a moment. So pipes are frozen solid in these chilly lands. Watch your footing. Very new upload, along with all the stuff Next GM has been piping into this secondary profile. And very seasonal for the middle of June. Okay, so let's see what this is all about as we enter the Ice World in Super Mario World. Okay, Yoshi is going to join us right away, right from the start. And Yoshi is going to miss, and well, so much for Yoshi. You know what? We'll just grab a shell and we'll just plow right through that. Grab a snowball while we're at it. Never know when that could come in handy. And yeah, just going to... Whoops. Totally misestimated my height there, but... I think using the Koopa shells to my advantage is probably going to be the best way through a lot of this. With or without Yoshi. Might as well just clear space as much as we can. Okay, there we go. And Yoshi is not going to learn his lesson about not eating yellow snow. I mean, this is white snow, but shouldn't just be indiscriminately eating the snow regardless. So, that's okay. Yoshi's got a very strong stomach for just about anything, really. I think a Yoshi with indigestion would be a terrifying sight. You don't know what's been down there. Whoops. Okay, let's move forward here. Some pipes to work with. The exit pipe, of course, color-coded in green. And spiky snow, I mean, isn't that just ice? once it's been appropriately packed. Okay, grab this guy. That's the thing about Super Mario World that you notice right from the opening levels of the original game is just that given that Yoshi is such a focus of that game, the Fire Flower isn't actually very useful compared to how incredibly powerful it is in the older games, particularly SMB1. Yeah, incredible how long it took for classic power-ups like the Fire Flower to make it back into the 3D series. In fact, given what a signature power-up it's always been since the very beginning. But that's the idiosyncrasy of the 3D series for you. Yeah, pretty neat so far, although I think the concept doesn't really escalate from Zone 1 to Zone 2. Like, they seem very similar, like a continuation of the same thing. So, I feel like the second part there could have done with some additional variation to give things a little bit of variety. But I do know that, you know, these are levels that are kind of released in huge batches and meant to be played in big chunks, and so when you do it that way, maybe the continuity from the first to second half doesn't stick out so much. Anyway, thank you for that, Next GM. Let's remember to mark this as a win. And thank you for all the GGs. With that vast variety of GG emotes that all of you have steadily collected. Yeah, I guess SD's GG is just your own, the Wiggler GG. Oh, I see, it's a Wiggler, and the Wiggler has the letters GG in it. Consecutively, too, so. BDO Neon, thank you for checking in. Let's take a look at HCC. Or T6, and thank you for your patience. 3QF, given how early you queued that level and how long you've had to wait. Sun and Moon, Stellar Jealousy, which has no clears on it so far, but almost no plays. So thank you for offering me first clear on something very, very new from just within the last few hours. Mario promised to escort the moon, but the sun didn't seem to like it. Love that cover image, by the way. It's a total eclipse of the heart. And, okay, let's see. Escort Moon. I don't know if it's legal for the moon to do that in this jurisdiction, but okay, if it's going to be an escort, then I mean, I think that's appropriate by night. Yeah, I kind of like this very floaty setup here. We spend a lot of time off screen, of course, which makes it a little bit difficult to aim in certain places, but that's just how a lot of that off-screen play is going to go. One thing that's not clear to me is what the consequence is if we accidentally hit the moon. I assume that we need it for some kind of gate that's at the very end that depends on things not being dead, but if we consume the moon very early, I don't know if that actually affects anything, unless there is some kind of off-screen mechanism that depends on elements being alive. Oh, I guess the moon would probably... I wouldn't have thought it would kill the shoe. Because you're wearing a shoe, I don't think it does. I'm just sort of thinking about what happens if you do fail the story element of escorting the moon, and we can try that, of course, just by burning an attempt on it. But and yeah, I mean, your ability to see off-screen, as you can see, is going to be confined by the fact that this is a custom scroll, at least in the main world. And custom scroll is fine for this, I think, because you do have good visibility of what is coming ahead of you. Because you're having a lot of segments here where you just kind of hang around in one spot before you're able to find a safe timing to get to the next location. You actually do want custom scroll or some form of auto scroll on a concept like this, because it means that you can have Mario's positioning be way off center, such that you have a huge line of sight to everything that is coming afterwards. The issue with that, of course, is just being unable to see the vertical position, but I think that's okay. You don't want the camera tugging back and forth too much. And, oh, we got the moon, so something is going to be an issue. I assume that we just need to consume the moon at the very end to remove something like a Muncher Gate or something else that requires you to keep it alive. Hence the big text at the beginning telling you that an escort is necessary. So we'll just see what that is. I assume that we've just failed the condition, but we'll scout and see. Also, I don't know what I hit off-screen, because off-screen, as you can see, the camera is not there yet. So, yeah, that location there was a bit of an off-screen issue simply because we were bouncing into something that was not visible. Yeah, kind of nice to have these little starry little decorations here, though. Coins, giving you a thing to do, a little spot to hang out in and dwell while you're waiting for everything to get into position. So, definitely like the twinkling coins all over the place here. Nope. That's going to be a failure, but as I said before, I do want to see what's coming so I know what the nature of the gate is going to be. And I assume there's going to be a sun segment once you get to the subworld. But yeah, so far it's just the visibility of that one location that we died on earlier when we were doing high jumps. And of course the fact that you just have to take it on trust from the beginning that preserving the moon is the right thing to do. I think it's fairly understandable, though. As long as you can actually read the English text, which is not going to be true of everybody who plays this game, but you're mainly just getting this played on viewer levels anyway. It's not too much of a problem. I don't know how to go about presenting this in a way that would be language independent, though, in terms of whether there is enough of a clue early on to specify to the player that keeping the moon is necessary. Like maybe if there's a door that allows you to preview the ending screen or something. But anyway, I like the placement of this one here because it tells you where a potential saw blade is going to come up from off camera. I'm almost to the end of the moon section. Yeah, it certainly looks like it, given how much distance we've covered. So yeah, we'll just keep away from the moon and also just do short bounces once we get into that trap later on. With that low ceiling. Actually, it reminds me of a very specific level in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze where you have similar ceilings to work with. I think it's K-6 in that game. Or 6K. Yeah, 6K. Oops. Yeah, we'll just practice this segment even though I think mission is well past failure at this point. I just do want to see what lies ahead. Dodging the moon in this might be tricky. If you... Ah yes, and then we were coming up to the low ceiling segment right there. And oops. SD, the issue with having a bad sound effect on the moon if you hit it is that it looks like the moon gate is probably going to work with the moon being required to clear something at the very end. That's how a moon-based gate would usually happen. Is that you do have to have it in position to do something like clear a muncher off a door. Or something similar. Or off a pipe. You can gain tons of height with a boot, of course, so... as long as we plan well, this is not too much of a threat. Yeah, glad I made that. I thought that was something a little bit risky on my part, but... going for these hot spot locations here, denoted by the P blocks and coins, actually does help quite a bit in terms of giving you some good positional information for where you might want to consider going, like this for instance. Whoa. Nope, almost. And that was the ending right there, that the icicles would peel the boot, such that if you do take damage just before the icicles, you do still have a chance because you will have invincibility frames getting into that if you're able to drop in, so... a little bit of flexibility there. We're almost at the end of this segment though, and next we'll have to deal with the sun. Okay. Over we go. Gonna be a bit cautious about that off-screen positioning. But thankfully, with low gravity, we've got plenty of time to adjust to jump. Oh, very close there. Nope, big miss. Okay, here we are. And of course, as far as clear conditions transcending language goes, I mean, it's very clear that we can expect a sun segment in the second half, so... I think this is built long enough that there would be something like a midpoint checkpoint. I would certainly think that's the expectation. But in the meantime, we can just do these little bonus activities of collecting coins, which is a nice way to get you onto various markers. We really shouldn't have tried to go for that right away. Alright, let's try this once again. And up we go. Nope. So yeah, we get through the icicles, and I would assume that at that point, boon activation will be needed for some purpose that we don't see yet. But which I would assume is something like a gate composed of enemy objects that is placed over a door or a pipe. Probably a pipe. So yeah, we'll try to make this happen. Okay. And we'll just hover a bit just to make sure we remain well in position. Do want to control the jump sometimes so we can adjust how fast I'm getting through everything. Whoops. But yeah, we'll get back there. Some consistency. I think the length is probably okay. There's a decent amount of variety, considering that you're only really doing one kind of interaction. The level so far definitely depends a great deal on whether you have the saw blades placed in such a way that they give you some interesting jumps and a variety of things to aim for. So far I think it's doing that job, apart from of course having to adjust to camera position in places and understand when things like that have just gone too far. Alright, back up we go. And, yeah, well... Nope. I was dropping too rapidly at that point, couldn't really do anything to dodge. And up we go. Nope. Of course, that's still on the assumption that we'll need the moon at the very end. I would assume so, but we haven't actually seen the nature of the moon gate just yet. CV after the moon, yeah. Yeah, I would assume that the sun section, of course, would not be in low gravity because it's going to be in one of the daytime themes that has the angry sun. So, definitely would expect some different pacing just from the lack of the extra floaty platforming. You wish there was an actual way to kill the moon without collecting it. Yeah, exactly. Something that would make it a bit more flexible as a way to just do a full clear, which would be functionally very, very useful. Okay. Yeah, the moon has definitely graduated quite a bit in functionality since the days when it would just sit around and give me 3 1-ups. Not even for endless. Thinking back to Super Mario World, it's amazing how rare the multi 1-up moon actually is. It's barely in the game. But as with a lot of classic Mario, including the original introduction of the Goomba Shoe, Kuribo Shoe in 5-3 and Super Mario 3, a substantial number of the most memorable concepts in the original games were one-offs, or close to being one-offs, where you would see maybe one main level that shows them off and almost none of it besides. That was certainly the case for P-Balloon as well in Super Mario World. Just a very limited number of interactions that you can do on the map, but still something that leads to many, many different options that may have previously been unforeseen. Okay, let's see if we can make this. Yes, we can. Yeah, that time I was thrown off a bit by being off screen. In terms of not being able to see where to land. You saw the 3 1-up moon for the first time a few days ago in NSMBU. I don't remember seeing it in SMBU, but it's been a long time, so... And Green Heroes, you're talking about your moon concept where you need to collect it, check that you didn't touch it. But yeah, I see what you mean. That's if you want to create a situation where the moon is sort of annoying you as a fail condition, you want that fail condition to be deactivated remotely. Like giving the player a safe zone all of a sudden in a fight that previously depended on the moon. I do see what you're getting at. I mean, a lot of manual methods would work, of course, just from getting the player through some kind of gate that requires peeling off the shoe. Okay, all the way over, can we? Nope. Yeah, SD, so the thing is that if you're playing NSMBU Deluxe on the Switch, There are a couple of changes because the crown was not something that was originally available. Or would you have the same roster of playable characters? So there are a couple of things that are version exclusive. I do know, in fact, that the default controls for NSMBU actually kind of messes around with the way that you handle mid-air twirls in that game. And it was something that I saw a lot of complaining about when the deluxe port was released. Okay. Forward. Okay in this segment so far. Okay, this is where we ran into some trouble. And through we go. Let's see. Here's... I was about to say the letter A. Oh. Oh, it's a rocket ship. Okay. Yeah, did not really expect to be killed by the auto-scroll there. That was a little bit unfortunate, I think. Even that I knew I needed the moon available for something, and I do see now that it's the muncher that allows the rocket to take off. And, okay. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that sudden lurch downwards that would give me the ceiling squish. Okay, last minute decision to go for that platform instead of moving on right away. Only to make the same mistakes that we previously did on... Whoops. Thought I was going to hit. And yeah, SD, I don't remember seeing that in the Wii U version either. But it's been a very long time, and of course it might just be a well-hidden secret. But yeah, it's almost not there in Super Mario World itself. And okay, here we go. It's gonna be fine. We'll go for it. Yes. We'll just be extra careful about approaching these from the side. Make sure we don't get clipped. Okay, so far so good. Oh, close one there. Very close call. Nope, too early. Right at the end. Yeah, you see how these let you drop? It's very easy to just go for that coin and just miss this completely. Anyway, here's a reminder to use the moon. And okay. It does look like a very happy little moon. I mean, you're showing the moon all kinds of love and care here, and it's really the whole concept because the sun is going to get very jealous when he finds out. And okay, let's go down. Yeah, like I was saying, a lot of the most memorable concepts in classic Mario are actually one-offs, or close to it. Things that have very little presence in their original games. I mean, you know, when you play SMB3, everybody remembers the Angry Sun as being one of the signature elements of that game. Especially if you struggle with it as a younger player. You're Just not going to forget the angry sun. Whoops. Okay. You can turn anything into an obstacle if you're knowledgeable enough. I wonder if that's true. I'm definitely running through the list mentally and trying to see if there's anything that cannot be turned into an obstacle. Actually, it's surprisingly difficult to come up with that because, yeah, you can think of some kind of use for everything that get in the player's way. I don't know what Supernova has against a Blarg level, but maybe I haven't been keeping up with the backstory. Yeah, I assumed that you meant Charvarg, given that we don't actually have classic Blarg with his curious eyes just peeping out of lava like he did in Super Mario World. Okay. Nope. Getting it too close there with the screen position. SD, you've yet to see a Charvarg level that you like. I mean, I don't exactly have Charvarg levels, but I do have levels with Charvargs in them. I can send some to you. I've used a Charvarg twice now, I think. But, we'll see. Not exactly central to the concept, of course, just something I threw in there to play around with them. I don't know that I've seen a lot of concepts necessarily with Charvarg, but we've definitely seen Charvarg present in some interesting fights from time to time. DDO Neon, you have a Charvarg level, but it's a bit long. Yeah, keep that in mind for a future submission. Feels like we've been on this one for a while, because time has just been passing. Charvarg is RNG, but is confined by the camera position in a way. Like, I didn't really test it out very systematically, but Charvarg was one of the first elements I played with when the game came out, and also after the patch. And there are some ways for where it's going to come from next to be partly predictable, but there's also a little bit of chaos, my understanding. It's like that with a lot of the 3D world elements that have some period of off-screen inactivity, as with Pom-Pom and Bowser and so on. Meowser, I should say. But yeah, as with the Angry Sun, the Moon, and the Clouds and so on, Charvarg, once loaded, is one of the few things in the game that is camera dependent in terms of where his positioning is going to snap. We need to fix this somehow. Let me see how long I've been on this one. I do want to make a decent effort on it simply because we have First Clear still available. I have been on this for a little over 20 minutes, so we'll stay with it for now just to see if we can make it happen. And yeah, Green Heroes, Pom-Pom and Meowser don't just depend on the amount of ground available, but also the amount of open space unobstructed that is over the ground. They have a particular box that they need to fit into, or in Meowser's case, he will not climb. Like, he'll try to do his climb animation, but he'll slip off. That's usually because of the box being too tight. You probably noticed stuff already, I'm just saying for the benefit of the rest of chat. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot that you can do with Meowser that, unfortunately, I think hasn't really been played with as extensively as it should. Nope, once again, really quite difficult to dodge that all the way. We got so close with this one, too. Especially with that one attempt earlier where the end was very much in sight. Yeah. Magic Koopa manipulation is really quite interesting. You can do tons with the Magic Koopa if you know what you're doing in terms of confining what objects it's going to spawn, confining where it's able to warp, etc. Given how you actually use your placements. Lots of little edge cases all over the place that can be exploited. Okay. Now we go. All the way over. Really do need to crank that. Okay, that was dangerous. Hit it. Nope, trying to be a little bit too daring there. DDO Neon, yeah, I think you sent me to Pom Pom level a few weeks ago, and I saw it, and it was really quite interesting. I had actually passed it on to some other people who are into 3D World bosses. And because I remembered that particular Pom Pom level sticking out as a really good controlled use of Pom Pom. Green Heroes playing the Kamek world. I don't think I've seen the Kamek world. I mean, I've played a bit with using the Magic Koopa in my own levels and in one of my own levels, and I recently saw a very interesting puzzle series that uses Magic Koopa randomization as the heart of its concept. I've seen a couple of things using Magic Koopa RNG in a puzzle context, in fact, and it works surprisingly well if you do a good job of signaling what's going on. I don't want to play it, okay. Electrodude, your objection is noted. Electrodude has been around long enough that he knows what I'm able to handle as a player, so... Nope, there we go. That was close. Okay, sometimes being a bit risky with how I'm landing on some of these edges. Also do just need to know sometimes when to let up on certain jumps. Nope. I thought I was going to get to the right of that blade. I did not. You see, now I'm almost kind of curious. Not curious enough, I don't think, to dedicate a whole stream to it, but just in terms of poking in, see what that's all about. Because from how... this is being discussed. I'm guessing it isn't just a demonstration of how to make interesting use of Kamek tech, but something far more sinister. Oh, okay, so if it's just one where you wait for blocks to be slowly excavated, that's not too interesting. No, with Kamek, the best stuff is RNG manipulation, which, of course, kind of reached a certain endpoint in Mario Maker 1 with Lucky Draw. I think there actually are still channels that are live today that are still trying to bot their way through Mario Maker 1 Lucky Draw, just to see if they can get a video clear. Nope. Missed once again. So close. So, Lucky Draw SD. Let's see if I can describe it. So, the RNG in Mario Maker 1 worked a little bit differently than in Mario Maker 2. In Mario Maker 2, it is something that's dependent on player input, so it is possible to seed the RNG in a way that produces consistent results, depending on how much control the player has over movement. In Mario Maker 1, it was not the case. Mario Maker 1 was just pure RNG, where you could have no input available to the player. You could just trap the player from the beginning, send them to a room with no control, and you would still get different results from the dice roll every time. So Lucky Draw was a level that was made near the end of Mario Maker 1 that consisted of a couple of Magic Koopas, where in order to pass the level, all of them needed to spawn coins, and all of the coins would need to bounce in a certain direction, because that is something that is also random. And when you multiply these possibilities, the clear rate becomes extremely low, to the point where, luckily, you don't actually need to control the level. You can just respawn it indefinitely. To the point where people resorted to just leaving their systems on and having bots run Lucky Draw, or just unattended Wii U's running Lucky Draw day after day after day to try to get clear on video. And I don't know if there actually is a legitimate clear on video, but people have cleared it and registered the clear. It's just that I think that in terms of clearing the server version and getting a recording of it, I think it might actually not have been accomplished, even by the end of that game. But I'm not entirely sure. I haven't kept up with it. But there is actually a Mario Maker 1 channel that still runs Lucky Draw. Did I kill the moon? I don't remember killing the moon. What happened to it? Did I grab that at the last minute? Okay, let's take the death here. And Nugakasa, the thing about doing it with tool assistance is that it does not actually help you at all because of the way that the RNG algorithm in Maker 1 works. In Maker 2, you can have reproducible results with exactly replicated inputs. With Maker 1, you don't. So that's basically why Lucky Draw was able to function, because you don't actually get to play the level, right? Like, you get trapped by blasters right at the beginning, and it just runs you through the same loop that just takes place over a few seconds, again and again and again. It's just that the probability of passing it is so extremely low that you really can't do anything at all except just, roll the dice and wait. So it's not a level that's meant to be played. It's a level that's just a conceptual demonstration. Oops. Oh, didn't see this coming in from off camera. The moon dies while I was... Oh, yeah. That's when I killed it. I was totally not attentive to that when I did that attempt. Yeah, I know I'm taking extravagantly long on this. I guess it's affected by the fact that First Clear is available, and also that we're not even through the first half. And also the fact that it was extremely close. I think First Clear is still available. I don't know if any of you folks have just cleared this in the meantime while waiting for me to get this business done. It is a fun concept. Very simple, but just sometimes difficult to manage some of these swings, especially with some of the off-camera play, but we know that by now. Yeah, I really do need to get into a position where I'm able to bounce out of the way in an emergency. I don't want to have too much airtime where I'm unable to react to the moon, and that's part of what's creating some issues here. Okay. Up and over. Okay, moon, come down, come down. Let's wait for the camera. And we'll wait. And wait. There we go. Okay. Going to load up on our GameStop stock and ride this rocket to the moon. Rocket is off to the side now, and we've been ejected for some reason, probably to avoid the angry sun. Okay, this is just going to be track survival after a checkpoint. Have to get used to regular gravity again, which is sort of an interesting result of having taken a rocket ride. Interesting that we're kind of following the fire on this track as well. I guess we just need to avoid everything. This is honestly comparatively relaxing after the aiming and positioning that we needed to do with all the bouncing in the first segment. Okay, didn't quite follow what was going on there with the arrows. Can you use the Angry Sun at a nighttime level? No. Sun is exclusive to day, moon is exclusive to night. Apparently that's how things work in real life, although there are all kinds of things that would be more interesting if real-life physics actually mimicked them. Like semi-solids in general. Although there's precisely one platform game that I've ever seen that actually has a really good, consistent artistic explanation for how jumping through semi-solid platforms works. Out of all the platform games I've played, there's only one that really commits to that visually, and that is Yoshi's Crafted World. Which I didn't like as much as Yoshi's Woolly World, but which has a really interesting way of handling that, in that it imagines jumping through a semi-solid as jumping through a cardboard flap. So that when you jump up, you land on top of the flap, but you can't go back down. Okay, that's how it goes there. I didn't quite understand that, so we'll watch this. But obviously with everything here being consistent from the point at which you drop onto the platform, you can follow a totally consistent pattern here, since the sun and all of the track elements are consistently going to be in the same position. Okay, down we go. Yeah. Wasn't really sure in general how to read any of the arrows here, but... Whoa, okay. Hit that for a track switch. Track switch is going to project that forward, and then we will eventually want to light something up with it. Whoa, okay, let's be careful here. Okay, it was the way that I was pushed out of the block under the on-off switch that killed me there. So, right at the end, we do want fire to eventually clear the way to the pipe. This is significantly easier in the first half, I think, but maybe I'm just bad at all those mid-air adjustments and low gravity. Whoops. So yeah, we'll beat this for sure. Thank you for your patience if you're behind on cue, but we are close enough that I do want to see this one through. You can leave the switch and let the Angry Sun clear the ice coins? No, because that depends on camera positioning. If this level is kind of carefully designed to make the sun's path avoid that, then that won't happen, because... no, actually, the camera here is going to be player dependent, because all the scrolling in the subworld where you don't have custom scroll is dependent on the track. So yeah, maybe you can reposition the sun if you jump in precisely right place. Let's not speak too soon about what we can or cannot do. Yeah, because this is player-controlled camera all the way through here, so... Given that the sun is something that is kind of camera-bound, it is possible to manipulate its position that way, so... We'll keep that in mind. We'll jump around. This whole segment was a bit of a thrill last time. We'll just dodge that. Get through here, get ahead. Nope, wanted to get out of the way there, and that jump was too high because I wasn't compensating for the momentum cut that would be from going over ice. So that would be a bit of a problem there. That's okay, we're able to get there without too much trouble, so. Yeah, so you think the sun is able to clear all of them? Yeah, I guess so, maybe. Looking at the way the pipe is tucked over to the left, I guess that is something you could do as long as you get the right height. But it seemed like the idea behind this concept was to use the on-off switches such that the fire track here is... the fire snake, the fire serpent, is able to do that job for you, given that the head of the Podoboo, the head of the train, is going to knock out a 2x2 by itself. So, let's jump around. Yeah, pretty satisfying to have something that is timed around the Angry Sun here in a very consistent fashion. We've played a few Angry Sun platformers like that before, but this one works very nicely because of all the use of space that goes back and forth through what looks like the vertical subworld. There's a pretty considerable use of space here, and lots of camera repositioning that still makes the sun work as a platforming concept, so pretty satisfying segment to play through as long as we get the jumps. Going fast to get the switches worked well. Yeah, exactly. It's just that I failed to compensate for landing on the ice afterwards. I liked the strategy that I had. I just kind of choked at the last minute. So. Alright, we'll get over here. And jump over. Like I said, I don't know if I'm really reading the arrow directions as such, but they do give me a pretty consistent indication of when I should look out for some kind of jumping that needs to be done. I guess they give me landing locations. That's what they do. And these arrows, therefore, are quite useful because of the seesaw, as long as I get enough jump height, because at the same time I'm falling and also tugging the camera, and so that jump over there always feels like a little bit of a risk, because I haven't quite adjusted to the sun's position with the current pattern that I'm using. But yeah, nice to do this little parallel track with a crisscross here. And okay, let's jump around this guy and here we go. And yeah, pretty readable overall, I think. In terms of how much you have to compensate for the fire train. You don't need to be right on the dot with any of the indications either. You can have a fair bit of flexibility. Okay, we do need to stand out of the way for this one, and that seems to work a lot better. Yeah, get out of the way here. Run. So that's the issue here, is that if we get trapped with the fast pattern, there's no real good safe landing location, and that's why I was trying to go over last time, and I just missed. It's probably possible to go over, but I mean, it is possible to go over, but it's a bit risky given the ice. But it's difficult to drop out of that into a safe location when the fire is coming directly towards you, if you get ahead by a bit. So for that reason, maybe getting ahead is not necessarily the best way to do it, just because you do have to find some kind of safe spot getting out of that. Could go down instead of left. We'll think about that. I'll think about what you mean when I get there. I might not remember. And considering that I am playing a little bit reactively on this one. Okay, down we go. Yeah, this one's a lot of fun, though, for sure. Okay. Down we go. And yeah. And given that the attempts in the first section were generally rather long, I think the clear rate probably isn't going to be too hideous when we're done with this. I mean, I am taking a lot of depths, but they are on long attempts on both sections, so... So we'll see. I definitely find the downward drop, that one location, to be a little bit difficult to read, just because I don't know how the camera and therefore the sun are going to behave in response to my jump, and that's the main difficulty in reading that. Is that there is an element of uncertainty here as I drop, just from whether the sun gets tugged, but I guess if you drop down right away, that's going to be the answer. Oh, okay, Snake goes over, which is great, because it means I can drop down below, but of course I need to not miss the switch. So really just one step away from succeeding every time. Always just one thing that is beleaguering me right at the end. We'll see if we can fix that. If I had hit the switch accurately on the first try that time, that would have been perfectly fine. I'd forgotten to pay attention to the fact that in that second loop, the fire does go up rather than down. The fact that it goes up and goes anti-clockwise around that segment, it does leave me a really good escape if I'm getting ahead of the fire in that location. It's actually a very clear location that I can move towards. Okay, we'll just get that jump much better there. No, once again, trying to get to safety and just didn't work. I probably should just get on top of the on-off switch. I think that is the safest location, as long as I don't overshoot. If I jump towards the on-off switch from the seesaw rather than from the ice, then I don't need to deal with the momentum cut, and that might be the right tactic. So... okay, let's get over here. And yeah. Okay, definitely a bit of a sizable undertaking to clear this, of course, but I feel like we've gotten so close repeatedly that it is going to happen, and soon. And as you can see, that time the sun actually did take out enough of the coins that I was able to make it through, with or without the switch activation, and just as a matter of how it was positioned. It's just that we are choking always one jump from completion. One minor adjustment, usually a very avoidable mistake. It's nothing really technical. It's just a matter of keeping a cool head about things when fire is raging all around you. Okay. Back down we go. Okay, I'll still need to switch for the platform. Yeah, okay. Let's pay attention here. Yeah, no, I see what you mean, in terms of actually being able to have a block under the pipes to manage the entrance. Which then makes me wonder why we would bother doing the double tap in the first place if we don't actually need to send the fire train over. Because if you're not sending the fire train over, you don't need to hit the switch activation at all, instead of doing a double tap, if I understand this. Oh no, because you've got your own track to work with, right? Or Oh, no, 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 because you're just doing the seesaws at that point. You're not taking anything else. I guess it would be a little bit positionally dependent on whether you can manipulate the sun accurately, and so maybe that's not recommended. But we'll just do this the standard way. Well, I see a reason not to. Anyway, here we go. Oh, yes, because something is going to be loaded onto the track here, and then that gives you the exit. That's why you need to double switch activation, is because otherwise the platform doesn't actually appear, so. Thank you for that. And thank you, everybody, for waiting for so long. That was a lengthy one, so. So, first clear, always appreciate being offered the opportunity to do that. I don't know if this is going to be the final version and whether that will stand, but regardless, DDO, thank you for passing that along. Okay, so like I said, one final subnext to grab Nugukaza's next submission, and then we will go straight down next for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I think it works well. I think the only thing that was a bit awkward was the sudden lurch downwards of the custom scroll as you get into the rocket in the end screen of the first half. That's the only thing that struck me as a bit weird. I mean, it's, in retrospect, one where the bonus coin at the tip of the nose cone is going to encourage people to go there, but also stand as a bonus that's going to have some kind of challenge attached, right? So it's not totally unthinkable that your opportunity would be limited, but it's very easy to get trapped and die. That's really the only spot, though. I mean, I obviously had a lot more trouble with the first half and the second. Okay, Nugukaza, you gave me some kind of new test code earlier. That's not your maker code. Is this 5S or S5? No, that's 5.5. Okay. Can't read this. 4PG. Thank you for all the GGs. Adventure Sneak Peek Playtest. You'll delete it, and there's a world record of 9 minutes, which tells me quite a lot of P-balloon piloting awaits. You started making this for Team Donut months ago, and the boss is a work in progress. Okay. Yeah, given the length of the queue remaining, I may not spend too long on it, but I'll see what I can. If it is, you know, a really huge multi-checkpoint level or something, we'll just try to see the segments casually. Okay. You do need to wrap around here. Oh, I like this segment, actually. It's fairly gentle as far as P-balloon piloting goes. And then the door is going to be a reset. That's what the arrow seems to be telling me. I guess it is for Team Donut because it has lots and lots of donuts. Whoops. Interesting. I wonder, yeah, P-balloon does come out of the pipe, and the parachute is what was placing it off center. We want to lead the piranha shots and then fly through, and not bump the edges, so pretty gentle reset so far, much gentler than the usual P-balloon festival that we get from Nugukaza. Okay, there we go. On-off switch, and that's going to block everything, kill everything. Works for me. Here's checkpoint. Door here is... I guess that must be an exit door for a reset, yeah. Can't imagine that's anything else. And because you would get bounced out immediately upon reset. That's the idea. Okay, here we just lead as many of these guys as we can without getting hit. And yeah, liking how relaxing this is so far, actually, relative to most of the P-balloon piloting in terms of having a variety of obstacles and also gentle ways to restart if you have trouble piloting it. like I'm demonstrating right here. Momentarily Sane, welcome. And okay. Let's get through here. Ah, I see. So the donut blocks here are a reset point, hence Team Donut. Given that these refresh through the pipe, I do need to get through here without too much stalling. Okay, that'll work. Difficult location to spot there, but if we let these guys crash, then things will work. Sneak stealthily around this guy. I was about to say, luckily, to go in straight lines, and then this guy just decides to bend along the slope instead, which I actually hadn't really thought very much about the Fishbones and slopes behavior. We see quite a lot of that shown off in this level, of course, in terms of how they follow the slopes without actually crashing. Very much a part of this concept here. This feels harder than it was before, probably because I cleared this space with a lot of failed attempts previously. And yeah, momentarily saying I cut off the stream fairly early yesterday because I was far too tired to actually play through a full Super World, and so I just did half, and we'll do the other half later in the week. So it was an unusually short Maker stream for me. So you didn't miss too much. Yeah, because usually I just totally trust myself to be going, you know, at least 4 hours without a hitch. Yesterday I think we cut off at about 2:30 because I was clearly flagging a little bit in terms of performance. Oh, whoops. Okay. Seemed to have an easier time on this earlier. Blue pipes might work better here. Oh, you mean aesthetically? Or in terms of speed? Yeah, I guess. In terms of having a more relaxed cycle to work with in occasions like this one. Yeah, green pipes are fine. I mean, if I can handle it, I think people who play P-Balloon can handle it. Okay. Here we go. On switch here. I haven't really been paying too much attention to these question blocks. I also missed the donut path that was right before this gate. That would lead to some other block. I don't know if that was actually a path, but the fact that we have 4 pink coins available that I've not collected does make me think about what I may have missed. This is nothing yet, I don't think. No, you used a donut to position yourself. This we understand, so. I'm gonna take out the munchers, and then now we need to survive this segment without hitting the reset door. I should, in fact, check this guy here. Okay, 1-ups. Time is actually going to be of the essence. You got Stepman to 15 earlier, and you'll be starting Alarak, yeah. Yeah, momentarily saying, I actually find that I enjoy playing Stepman more without using Super Gary, which I think is one of the masteries. But because good use of swapping between the different zone powers is really what that fight is all about. That character is all about, rather. Nope. I need a P-Balloon. Unless... No, I don't. I'll take a shell. There we go. Unless, of course, there's a P-Balloon check coming out of this pipe, which there may be. No, there isn't. Okay, that's okay. We'll do it with a shell instead. And I don't know if that's something you intend to keep, or if that's too cheesy for this level. Ah, okay, so this is the boss concept. We need to alternate between some of the switching in order to hit Bowser on that side. Let's see what I can do. I do like how relaxed the P-balloon resets actually are. I wonder if you would be concerned about how easily I can just damage boost through things and still have a P-balloon at the end to work with. That might be a point of minor concern, but time, of course, is going to be a killer here, so luckily we do have the checkpoint. Okay, so let's grab the shell. We are, of course, beginning in the on state this time, hence the fact that the shell was over here, and we'll need access to another one to tap it in the correct direction. And then we tap it this way. And then we just cycle through. Yeah, same idea. And grab the P. Nope. Yeah, pretty relaxed. I think that's really just the nature of the beast here. I mean, without it being so relaxed, the fish bones everywhere would be an absolute pain. But so I'm glad we had some of the gentle resets. I would just worry about this trivializing everything a bit too much. You still need to see what the room is all about and aim and get a lot of shells down in Bowser within the allotted time limit. Oh, actually made it through safely for once without getting hit by yesterday's fish and chips. Okay. There's going to be a few more here. Bowser takes a lot of punishment when you're just whacking him in the face with a balloon. No, you're whacking him with a shell, I guess. You're just whacking a shell with a balloon, so it's only going to have that much input force. Okay. Once again, punch through. Grab the P. Grab the P. There we go. Yeah, there's enough going on that you do still need to pass the accuracy challenge of hitting the shell at all, so it's okay from time to time just to have something that's very gentle when it comes to resets, but which they still require a fair bit of execution to do successfully at all. And yeah, Electro Dude, this is absolutely a beta. Like I was told at the very beginning of this level, the boss is a work in progress, and so I think there are going to be something that need to be done in terms of balancing. Obviously, if you didn't have access to such a generous replenishment of Ps, things would probably have to be toned down a bit just because there is so much going on. I think one thing, too, is that there isn't really a good sense of a phase transition. That I think it's a fight that could probably benefit from having a bit of an escalation in difficulty after a few switch activations or after a few phases of hitting, just because of the fact that you do need to get through so many hits. Oh, Eeyore, interesting. Oh, 4 pink coins, okay, which we didn't get at all. Yeah, some kind of phase transition or some kind of escalation just to spice it up, because it is a fair number of hits that you need to get onto shells and a lot of back and forth. But I don't know how much room you have to build that, because things on that screen are, of course, really busy already, but maybe with some kind of progressive unlocking of some of the fishbone pipes or something. But, you know, just so you kind of have a sense of a beginning, middle, and end to that fight. I really do like the stuff leading up to that, of course. Fairly gentle, but it is actually a challenge to get to the first checkpoint in a timely fashion. And so that's something that I think will still be meaningful, even with the presence of all of the reset doors everywhere. So thank you for that. Let's go down next for the rest of the day. Thank you for all the GGs. Supernova is going to give me TXK J39. Hey, Furry Nova. Just came in time for your fellow Nova. Blue wood and dispensers. Who built this blue wood structure with these dispensers way up here anyways? Supernova, obviously. So yeah, like many of Supernova's recent levels, it seems that this has taken off with a couple of thousand plays right away, almost as though his levels get a lot of attention and follows these days. Okay, damage boost and over. I guess maybe if the damage boost is the central concept here, we'll just remain aware of that. Jump through some hoops, jump through the rope. And yeah, it's going to be something positional based on the mole, I think, because when the mole manipulates his position with that muncher stack, that is what's going to move the trampoline to the right and bump relevant object. And that's going to be dependent on the player passing the mole in the first place. So we'll just be aware of that when we see all the different objects that can be served up, one at a time. Land on this. And yeah, I should not have relied on that being a large Buzzy that behaves normally, given that it was on top of a stack, and I didn't really account for the stack, and so we do need to jump off that surface immediately. And you played this yesterday, okay, great. Excellent. Yeah, it's really been interesting to see Supernova's profile be such a late bloomer in a way that I think the vast majority of likes and plays he's ever received has been within the last 2 months or so, and given some of the incredible output recently, that has been quite a lot of fun to play through on a regular basis here, of course, with the Maker present, when he's not busy giving me E-switch escorts and other such delights. And yeah, I know I'm talking about Supernova in the third person when he's here in the room, but, you know, that's just how a roast is going to go sometimes. Grab this, punch through here, take the damage boost. And of course, there's going to be 2 hits on a Mecha Goomba that has wings, and through we go. Yep. Thank you for missing Seesaw Airlines. Up we go. Over to Goomba. Oh, no, we do need to stop that and then wait before I bop. You can go either low or high. It doesn't actually matter as long as you land on Divines afterwards, from what I'm seeing here. Yeah, either way will do. They're just equivalent here. No preference. Let's let that fall a little bit lower. But yeah, these nighttime gravity mechanics are a lot of fun to work with, I think. Whoops, landed a boo. This bit here with landing into the bone shell and then landing into the boo actually does remind me of that Mang boot level that was also in this SMB3 night theme that we had recently played, which did something very similar with the boot. Okay. Pretty readable, actually, considering how dynamic everything is and how you have elements like the Goomba that do respond to your positioning. Nope, that's not it. I need to get out of the shell and kick it. I don't know why I was treating that like it was a saw blade or something. Yeah, the mole launcher trick here, not only is it kind of nice in terms of responding to player initiative, it's also really cheap to set up. Like, relative to most dynamic supernova gimmicks that we've seen, this is very gentle on the entity budget, as you can see. So you can build lots and lots of these launchers. You can also have a wide variety of platforms to land on because it's something that is very adaptable, so... Yeah, the supernova, that's exactly what I was saying. I thought the Boo setup was pretty directly inspired by that moment in Bang's level, which is definitely a highlight of that one. I mean, given the time that you've taken to play through all of Bang's levels, I can definitely detect when decided to adapt a few things and make them something new. It is a very satisfying interaction, so, you know, if you're going to pick something to crib, it's a good choice. And yeah, Electrodude, that's definitely the kind of thing that would fit your style as well, given how some of your levels tend to work when it comes to sideways springs and interactions, and, you know, things that are dependent on the player positioning in order to have a very consistently timed activation. You could definitely see some of these mechanics being applied to one of Electrodude's back and forth style levels, which he has a few of. Let's get over here. Pop this guy. Full jumps all around. Makes it very easy to estimate what to do. Up we go. Pull the cord. Kind of like the aesthetic there of pulling the cord. And then, whoops, forgot to get off at the end of the track. And yeah, Furry-Nova, DGR did play Bang World. I did see that video shared when it came out. Because a lot of us who do know Bang's levels around a community have kind of been swearing by them for quite a long time now, and always good to see so many people here hit something quite popular. As much as I don't really tend to play off the popular list or search for it, I do know that a lot of people here who send me good stuff do wind up on the super expert popular list. So, it's kind of nice that we get the good stuff here. That's, you folks think this is a valuable stream to be submitting to, and that we will actually give your levels a proper showcase that they deserve. And, okay, up we go. And of course, you know, I just have a very good time as a player going through all of this stuff instead of a lot of other things that can happen during viewer levels. Up we go. Red pipe, but then what is this? One way is hard mode or a bonus, the other way is not. I'm going to continue because... Oh, okay, it's just the one up here, which we'll miss. But if I can reverse through this pipe, then we can take another crack at it. Or not, because... Oh, it's power up. Yeah, never mind. As a 1-up, it is in limited supply. And that's going to be the finish. Looking at this thing at the left, okay, GG. I was wondering what that was. Oh yeah, thank you for the GG. A fairly relaxed one here. Very easy to read, I think. Considering that you have so many of those setups that just have objects buried in those launcher locations. I mean, they're not buried, they're visible through the saw blades, and so when you see them, it's actually pretty easy to parse exactly what to do. Yeah, along with other simultaneous players, we seem to have taken this over 5,000. You thought it would reset the one-ups? Yeah. One-up dispensing is kind of strange in terms of following its own rules. Same with anything involving clear conditions, or to be on a totally different subject. But just a lot of things that are edge cases when it comes to objects loading or not loading second time, which mostly I've just had to learn the hard way by playing puzzle levels that exploit those interactions. Seems like a huge chunk of Grokowski's puzzles, for example, are about things like that. Along with some other makers, all about going back and forth through zones and manipulating the spawning rules. Electrodude, do you have a particular recommendation from Samuel's list, or shall we just go down and do Soggy Top Hats, which I see has something to do with Electrodude's Lukewarm Ocean. But if you have something else to suggest, please do. In fact, Electrodude, I don't know what was up with that whole Lukewarm Ocean thing you had going on. There is a Mr. Sparky, Mr. Electrodude level. Okay, do you remember what it is called? This is Spooky, it is not Sparky. Electrodude, no. Okay. There you go, that answers my question. This is from last August. It is a tight speedrun level. How tight? 0.5, inspired by an amazing creator named Mr. Sparky. And by tight, if this is 30 seconds, you can see that the world record is 28.899. We may run into some timer trouble. So, let's see. Alright, let's get in on this electrifying experience. I can see right away, by the way, that with these Mecha Koopas that are hanging out over the bottomless pit, it is like that contest level that you did. Oh, it's going to be an up throw here. Up throw followed by spin jump. Up throw is going to activate something. We spin jump on top of the piranha. And so I can actually tell where the Electrodude inspiration is coming from. We need to lean a little bit harder into that jump, and it's the up throw there that will do something for me. We'll see. Yeah, the up throw in that location, I don't know what it actually activated, but we'll have to go back here. Felt like it was slowing down a little bit too much going into the up throw. Yes, it positions the mecha using the spring and conveyor in such a way that will allow me to land on it afterwards like that. Okay, let go a little bit too early on the key grab there and landed on top of the muncher, so I think I just let go of jump in a way I shouldn't have. Yeah, a little bit off over here. It's a toughie, well, you know, 0.5 for something short. I think it's, so far it feels within my ability, but I don't know how tight I will be on the timer, which is probably going to be the biggest concern here. Jumps themselves seem fairly readable. Yeah, looks like I land there and I have to see what to do in that location. I didn't get a good read on it. Yeah, I am supposed to land on the Koopa with a spin jump, but that just kicks it, right? So, unless I just need to land on it more accurately in order to get a short bounce. No, it might be a series of continuous spin jump kicks like we do with a bomb drop. Except I'm not really sure how it works with a mecha. I guess we press it and we just have continuous spins there, but I would of course need to land on top of it accurately first before anything like that happens. Yeah, we'll see about that timer when we get far enough to worry about it. Okay, the drop was probably fine. I just failed to get the high jump up into the next segment after that. So that's going to be a tight series of inputs in terms of doing a lot of things in sequence. Okay, that was almost right, except the spin jump overshot a little bit from being triggered a bit late. But I think in terms of what to do, I understand everything so far. Nope. Short bounces over there, of course. One of those things that's difficult to read the first time, but after that, I should be able to do it every time without any trouble. Oh, I just totally missed the throw there that time. No landing location on the other side waiting for me. Okay, let's bounce back. No, I threw it too late, and I know because the mecha just crashed against the plant directly instead of being thrown through, so the release was late. That's the thing we'll have to fix. Whoops. Okay. Okay. We got a lot of keys going into that location, and then I feel like I'm supposed to be grabbing something at that point in order to do an up throw, because we just have a lot of keys that I haven't had the opportunity to use, and of course, once again, just flubbing that throw, because I see the back and forth on the on-off switches there, and I don't think I reacted to what was going on after that. Okay, much better that time. And that was a miss because the mecha is supposed to come up to give me a bounce. But we need to clean up that throw. Okay. No, and I was supposed to pick it up again, except we failed to do that, so yeah, I guess we need to fix that drop location because the idea is to pick it up and take it with me to bust through that piranha later on, so. Yes, because we have to spin jump on top of it in order to bounce it up to the next level, then I land back on top of it to grab it for the throw in the back and forth. That turnaround on the top right corner. And so, yeah, we'll just go back and do that. Okay, that's no. We need to grab a key off of this one here. Interesting analog to what we sometimes see with the required pink coin spots in an Electrodude level that also has those back and forth interactions. Here, of course, we just need to grab all the keys instead. We'll see what's going on with the keys afterwards. Whether we do in fact need to punch through a whole bunch of doors at the end, or if there is something else going on with that. Total miss. As you can see, a little bit late on the drop. But yeah, doing a soft drop while maintaining my jump, something I don't really have down in muscle memory yet. You think dropping the mecha a bit earlier makes it easier to kick it to the left? Yeah. I am seeing that I have it a little bit too late. But we'll get back to that segment and we'll see if we can repair that a little more consistently. Yeah, I like the way that the conveyor positioning there is actually functioning. Note, total miss. Once again, it just missed a block entirely. You can see where the note block that bounces Mecha Koopa is located dead center. Middle of that blade that we see there, the buzzer blade. Yeah, so here's the issue there, is that I am firing the Koopa rather too late, and it's crashing against a Piranha, when what I'm supposed to do is kill it early enough that I can re-grab for the next throw. Because after the double activation of the on-off switches, I still need a Mecha Koopa in hand in order to get through whatever's going on there. So that's the fix. Nope, miss. Yeah, definitely one of the tighter series of inputs. Whoops. We need to deal with as we play this, but we've done it before. We just need to do it a more reasonable percentage of the time. And also fix up some of these jumps while we're at it. Okay. Up we go. And here we go. Miss. Yeah, you need a fairly precise drop there just to get that into position. Definitely the kind of level that, for the most part, isn't really that technically challenging, though. It's one that feels very fast. But the interactions themselves generally give you a lot of breathing room from one button combination to the next, and so it's very fast to play through, but not actually that quick to control. So here I need to do a full jump followed by an up throw followed by a land on a buzzy, and I didn't know if I could actually make that jump from what I was seeing, but I guess I can. I guess sometimes my estimations are a little bit off when I'm going from right to left like that, in terms of the expectations I have for distance when it comes to how far I will be jumping with a full jump. So we'll push onward a little further and we'll see if we can clean that up. One moment, please. I will probably restart this attempt. What, am I already dead? Yes, I am. Okay. Okay, back in business. Up we go. Back around here. Whoops. And where were we? Oh, yes, I was trying to fix the up throw at the very end after we reclaimed a Koopa after the on-off switch toggle, so that's where we were. So we'll just try to get back to that location and see if we can do this any more successfully. And back we go. Yeah, I still have to see what the key setup is going to be. I just totally failed to pick that up. At the very end, don't know how we managed to overshoot that. And here we go. Okay, down. Got that accurately for once, and oh, how did I miss that? Yes, because I need to kind of hold the jump going into the sideways trampolines there in that location. Whoops. Yeah, that up throw is actually fairly generous given the use of the sideways spring and conveyor to reposition it. The one later, of course, with the drop on top of the note block is not quite so flexible. I haven't been noting the time that is on the clock by the time we actually get to the part that I was having trouble with at the very end with the on-off switches. But it felt like I was actually reasonably close to the finish. After maybe a few more remaining interactions. Yeah, here we failed to dunk the Kuba in such a way that would spring it back up, so... I guess at that point we're about 2/3 of the way through, given that we're at about the 10-second mark. So still a couple of things to go to get this working. And overshot. And here we go. Very satisfying when that springs up accurately. Okay, that was my first time seeing it, so I guess I can be forgiven for not quite knowing how that jump was going to go. In terms of whether I throw towards that piranha or just crash the shell against it, which is something I'll have to figure out, I think. We'll get back to that location. Yeah, we've been making reasonable progress, and I haven't been on this one for too long yet, so we'll try to grab this clear, although there's still a bit of learning that we need to do to get everything together at the end. Okay. What on earth is this? Marker over here. Yeah, I don't think I understood that line marker. Unless there's something obvious that I'm missing. Whoops. Oh, it's a mid-air. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, no. We've seen that often enough. That would be maybe a bit of a difficulty check at the end. Well, I mean, I've done those interactions often enough with that marker. Not very well, of course. Rarely with a mecha. Yeah, I could see the wake-up timing there. But it should be a forward throw, right? Not a soft drop? Because the wake-up will stall it, if I understand. That's very precisely timed. Oops. But I guess it would be calibrated around the last row that you do with it, leading up to that segment, so... Yeah, that's one interaction where I'll have to see it in action and see how it looks when I play it. Nope. Okay, through we go. And up. Nope, too late. Killed the mecha. But yeah, I could see at that point where the midair is supposed to be that there were definitely some blocks that are preventing me from going down low, such that I need to maintain some height and get all the way across. And that was pretty close to the end, from what I could tell. Okay, down here, nope. Missing the soft drop. And we go. Yeah, up till that point, fairly relaxed. Not really a super tight level by any means, except for that one drop that we keep on missing. And so back we go. No, I don't know how I failed to hold the spin there. I think I might have been a bit of a momentary lapse. And up we go. Bounce, bounce. Seems like positionally okay. I'm glad that worked. Wasn't sure about it that time. No, let go a little bit late. Slightly late, in fact. You kind of need to let it go on your way up into that jump, and so... Still finding that interaction just a little bit awkward there, not knowing what the curve would be like, but I'm clearly supposed to drop it, or throw it rather, on my way up. So, we'll manage that, and that looks like it's going to be one of the final interactions in the level, at least until we figure out what to do with all these keys. Just one moment, let me check the current state of the queue. I'm going to stay on this one for a little bit longer if I can. But we do still have a fair bit to get through, so... Just as a result of having taken my time on several levels today. This one's a lot of fun though, so... Definitely willing to push through a little bit further unless we really have a lot of trouble with midair. And then here we go. I don't know if I understand how to get past that. If, oh no, the shell was supposed to be alive at that point, wasn't it? Such that you would bounce on top of the Koopa and then the shell. Okay, I get it. Yeah, it's timed in such a way that you should still have the shell alive at that point, if I understand it correctly. And so the fact that the shell got killed in that corner location would have been a problem. I think. I'm not actually clear on this. Because the only object I can think of that would give me a boost there would be the shell. But I don't think I'd figured out how to keep the shell alive going into that. With the corner being the way it is, so... Seems like there's still some solving that we need to do here in order to get that last interaction to behave as intended. Instead of holding it, yeah, kick it instead of holding it and running into the piranha. Okay. Yeah, I was concerned about the shell deflecting into me around the end. That was the issue. Because I was trying to give it a forward kick or something, but around that corner where the piranha is, I don't think I knew how to do that safely. That might be a bit of a roadblock for now until we figure it out. So if it takes me too many attempts to figure it out, this is going to be a good place to interrupt for the time being. Just depending on whether we can get that together. Up we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm firing too late. You can see with the marker that I need to fire much earlier when I get up onto the top level, and then I'm supposedly able to survive that as it hits the piranha and bounces back. But it looks like the throw location on that's going to be fairly precise, and that I am nearly late on it. But I do see that throw location, it's just that I'm not clear on how that's going to go. Okay. Huh. Oh, let up a little bit too much on the spin, I think. Put our way down. Okay, up we go. Huh. Wonder why I'm overcorrecting in that location now. Okay. There we go. And miss. We'll try to make one more good solid attempt on this. And then Electrodude, if you were planning to send me more Samuel levels on the next stream anyway, or whether you do or not, like either that or on some kind of catch-up session, we'll definitely try to get to clear on this one if I can't get it now. Seems like there are just enough roadblocks with the rest of it, though, that I'm not totally confident in my ability to do that, especially because the shell is dying a little bit too early. That's about the 5-second mark, so still some things to figure out. Pretty good series of attempts in terms of learning, I think. We'll get fairly close. You can see how close we are with the final segment. In fact, it was just that one last huge fall down the final area there, where you take this massive dive and then pop back up. And then there's a green pipe that's tucked in the top right corner. That's curious. Developer gate right there. So, anyway, that was pretty satisfying. Let's just... Oh, I guess it would be a developer gate just to get the access point into the subworld, which would exist pretty much for the sake of the cover art. Anyway, thank you for that one. Electrodude, we will absolutely get back to it. I see you actually were the previous clear on this. Unless you just recently returned to it. But yeah, that one's a tons of fun. We will definitely get back to it. You found out that you don't need to put a pipe to use space in a subworld. Yeah, I didn't think you did. But I was wondering if maybe that was an access way that was useful for some other reason. And you did recently give it a replay, I see. Thank you for the extreme patience for everybody else who is remaining in queue, starting with SDGML. We just checked in, so we'll take a look at VLR. 3, 1M. RMG. And of course we'll recognize SDGML's me here from the emotes that are now in chat. The most recent one I haven't played is Triathlon, Run, Jump, Throw. All of the coins do not eat the dangerous fire flowers GLHF, and I guess this was made for one of Wildebeest contests. Now, Wildebeest, one of our favorite streamers over in this stream, of course. We rated him quite often back when our schedules kind of dovetailed into each other, although I think he's been moving his times recently just to adjust to a new calendar. So, looking forward to this one. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so coin's good, flowers bad. Let's see if we can keep that in mind. Okay. Should be fine here. Not much flower dodging to be done yet. Of course, we need to actually make some of these jumps. I don't remember what the conditions were for this contest. I remember when he was streaming some levels from it, I think, or showing off some levels with the tag, and I know it had something to do with restricting certain things like spikes and some other things that are often associated with just killing the player. But I don't remember exactly what it was. Mecha's donut blocks and tracks had to be featured in claws. Oh yeah, okay. No, I remember now. Yeah, because I'm confusing it with a different contest that he ran, but I know which one you're talking about because I definitely have played other entries to it as well. And no spikes, exactly. Oh, whoops. Interestingly enough, though, if you do grab a fire flower, I guess you could be zapped for damage by the mechas, but being zapped for damage by the mechas would already put you in a losing position, so that shouldn't be too much of a concern. And because I see there's no clear condition to attach to it, and I don't know what the gate looks like, so I was just thinking about whether it's possible to convert from a fire flower back to Small Mario. And it looks like there isn't, at least not while staying alive. Okay, let's be a little bit faster out of that cloud. Need to just jump out of that immediately. And yeah, Electrodude, when I was playing Samuel's level just now, with that early Mecha Koopa over the pits segment, I think that's the level of yours that I was thinking of when I said that it actually did kind of remind me of an actual Electrodude creation. A little bit slow around that corner here. We need to wrap around. Yeah, fun one so far, though. In the span of 40 seconds, tightening up some of these jumps here. Yeah, need to go immediately off the claws and also immediately off that single donut block, which timer reasons, we'll need to reset the whole thing to see again. Okay, up we go. Yeah. Overshot a little bit. I mean, getting from the claw over to the mecha actually does feel pretty crisp when you nail the timing. Momentum feels good. But as you can see, we're overshooting a little bit at the end there, so we'll see if we can fix that up somehow. Okay. And yeah, going to get the backswing properly this time. Okay. Nope. But then that's how it's going to work. It's just that you need the consecutive bounces there. Okay. That's going to be an interesting segment in terms of landing accuracy with the spin jump. I don't need to be all the way over to the side like that. I just need to be a little bit off-center. Whoops. And forward we go. And whoops. I'm going to slip quite a bit here. But I'm sure we'll somehow manage in the end. Okay, up and up. Nope. Really do need to bounce right off that donut block as soon as we land. Get in, get out. Nope. Right off the edge and into the flower. Actually more satisfying to fail on the flower than to fail on a spike. We don't exactly know how the fail condition is going to be enforced just yet, but I'd rather take that buzzing sound effect here than I hit it in a normal way. Yeah, I've only now noticed the box at the very beginning that uses the tracks to denote a crossed out flower. Hadn't really paid attention to that previously until we got back into the start. Okay. Getting out of this donut block is a bit of a strange moment. That second one that's on the right, because I'm just jumping up directly and adjusting my position, and I don't know how tight I am on a timer. 35 seconds out of 40. Okay, so not too tight. We have a little bit of room for adjustment in that one spot after we get off the second donut block on the top right. So that's something we'll keep in mind as we try to get back there with a slightly more accurate attempt. And DDO, you have you go. Yeah, thank you once again for the level you submitted earlier. And we'll see you around. Yeah, still bouncing a little too late there because we're landing a little bit off-center to the right, and so that's why I'm having a little bit of trouble launching myself off that donut block as soon as I land. We'll have to find a way to do that a little bit more cleanly when I next reach that location. Hey, up we go. No, totally overshooting, actually. I don't know why that would be happening. I don't think it's a track synchronization issue. I think it's just that I'm expecting a very full jump there, and being one tile wide, if I'm just a little bit ahead going into that jump, that's going to be a difficult thing to adjust around, so... It is going to be a little bit sensitive to my takeoff location, but of course we can also compensate a bit in midair, and... Okay, still not doing that correctly. Still not bending to the left side quickly enough. Instead of doing low bounces there, I should maybe do some kind of controlled bounce or high bounce just to reposition myself, since I may have the time to spare to try to do that carefully rather than do the tight consecutive landings right above the flower garden. But I don't know about that. Maybe I am supposed to short jump my way through all that. It's just that we haven't done so very accurately. Okay, this position, I need to practice this. 4 bounces is probably enough before we get into the long bounce, but that's the distance adjustment that we need to make. So if we get back there and fail at the same spot, I'll definitely need to practice that a little bit more just to make sure we know in advance what kind of spacing we're going to be aiming for. Right here. Nope, don't need to jump that full. Yeah, probably an easier way to do that than what I'm attempting currently. Okay. Nope. Mecha spins are tricky, yeah, because I find that with a lot of those consecutive spins, usually those setups are just done using bombs. So I don't have a lot of practice with that either, given that, you know, people are kind of thinking in very functional terms and not designing specifically for a contest. I think in most circumstances they just wind up using bombs or something similar. So yeah, we have a little bit of trouble with the spacing and the distance there in terms of understanding how to line that up properly. And I managed to do it in that previous level by Samuel. That was with a small mecha, and so I don't really understand spacing it with the big one, if there's any difference in terms of its forward velocity. Should just be able to hold the direction into that and short bounce my way across, but it does require a bit more of an accurate landing into it. Therefore, a better takeoff location. So we'll just get back into it and see if we can make the appropriate adjustment without slipping off every donut along the way. Anyway, up we go. And, okay, there we are. Nope. Missed the end here. Just going to check what's up here. And that's the flower check right here. Okay. Yeah. And then there's going to be another set of pink coins soon after that with some kind of throw interaction at the very finish. Yeah, I can see why a small mecha would be giving you trouble if you're trying to embed that over that flower garden at the same time. It's just that with big one, it's also hard to see how to that in a way that will work. I mean, I guess you only really need to hit the right half, but it's It's more that for the consecutive bounces, it's maybe a little bit more difficult to visualize. At least without having really practiced it. So we'll get back up here. And all of this is going to go, well, most of the time. Most of the time. Definitely jinxed that attempt. No, we'll just try to power through this. I mean, it does seem fairly approachable. I don't think anything here is really technically beyond me. It's just we spend a little bit of valuable time doing that. 8 seconds left. That might be a bit of a problem here. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. Let's see if I... Oh, no. We are way behind due to the mecha segment earlier, so... At least we know what's ahead and how much remains. So we need to be much more precise about that. Probably just a series of short bounces across. Got a little bit complacent there just because of the record having shaved 5 seconds from the total clock. But of course we spent far more than 5 seconds just fumbling around with that big mega jump. Everything after that point is fairly visible though, so... At least from what I'm seeing so far, shouldn't have too much trouble with it. Oh, lost a bit of time here. No. Yeah, we need to land closer to the center there and push to the left all the way. Also a bit of unfamiliarity from going right to left with that, I think. Considering that all the spacing is the same either way, it is surprisingly difficult to visualize some right to left jump distances from time to time. Oh, lost a tiny bit of time there. Okay. 7 seconds going through this door, so we're in significantly better shape this time. Significantly better shape, in fact. Okay. We'll take it. 1 second remaining, that's GG, and Yoshi, unfortunately, has been left behind. And yeah, I guess Nova's world records do tend to be fairly optimized in general, so... Being a second and a half ahead is still going to be a decent accomplishment, so thank you for all the GGs. Nice to clear something for the first time in a while, it seems. And thank you for sending that along. And yeah, when we got the Mecha Spin down, it flowed very well. Green Heroes, if you're still here, please check in. And anybody who is remaining, thank you so much for your patience, both as contributors and viewers. We'll see who is actually left on the chat list at this point as well. Green Heroes here, Lydia, Adam. We'll check all three. Green Heroes I still see on the list, but I don't know how outdated that is, so we'll just moment. Usual policy, of course, with people that I do see on the list is that if they don't check in, I'll just bump them back one spot in case they're just temporarily AFK. And yeah, I think the one after I did bail, so Adam, you will likely be next. And we'll just do a little bit of rearrangement here while we get some other check-ins. So Green Heroes will leave on the list for a second call. Lydia, I do know if that's how it's pronounced. I do not see on the online list, so we will likely have a bump unless there is a surprise check-in. And then we can do Adam first. Probably. But once again, I don't know how accurate or inaccurate this is, so I'm just going to wait a moment for a check-in, and then we will swap. Okay, with no check-in here, I will bump. And just a moment, just managing some things at the back end. So, assuming Green Heroes is not going to return to check-in, Adam, you may be our closer for today. We're running well over the 4-hour mark at this point, so I will not be doing any kind of additional content or reopening at the very end. Once again, thank you for waiting for so long. You've been here for ages, considering I closed the queue about 2 hours ago. Race to shells. 20 seconds. Field rhythm. Full jump at the ice blocks. Let's do it. And oh yeah, we've seen. I feel like I saw either an early version or something similar from you before. Not the exact same thing, because some of these setups do look new to me, but I've seen some kind of concept like this. And not this version, obviously. I don't know if we had just seen an earlier revision, or if you've done this a few times. But it's definitely something I remember. This is the sequel, yeah. The setups do look different, it's just the concept was very familiar. I love that chain Goomba kill at the beginning as a bit of a starting gate. Oh, gotta double back here. Luckily not too tight, but I say that, of course, just as I missed a flag that's buried under the red block at the very end, so. Yeah, I had a little bit of a struggle around the turnaround with the sideways trampoline, so we'll watch out for that segment. And yeah, stalled a little bit here. Okay, that's going to be too late. Once again. So it's that set of 2 corners at the end that will be major thing that we need to adjust for. And yeah, it looks like whoever controls this minigame has implemented 4-player controls. And, not quite. A little bit of time loss still at the corner. Yeah, SD, you have a good night. Along with your cats, Maggie and Queenie. Good night to all of you. Yeah, I dipped down a little bit on that location with the trampoline, so I am a little bit late because of that. I fell slightly before I got to bounce. And so we'll just get over here and try to fix that up. Okay, right over to Koopa, that's exactly how to do it. Except we still need a little bit of a time savings. And yeah, Electro Dude, you take care as well. It is all in that last turnaround, I can see. for sure, because everything up to that point is pretty automatic in terms of maintaining full velocity. You can't really do much about those conveyor belts, for instance, as a player. You just kind of have to ride them out. And yeah, no, you do need to jump this. And it is actually that last jump that's wrapping around the big Mecha Koopa that is still a bit of an accuracy check that I'm not making, so... Yeah, I definitely like how well-timed everything is to put you in a safe location while everything is going at top speed. Still a little bit of adjustment that we need to do just in order to make this happen, of course. But we'll figure out how that's going to go and just adjust accordingly. Feels like I was still having a bit of a bad turnaround here. Very close, though. Right up to that final block. And of course, the switch activation there is just going to be from the first shell that's going to enter that position, so that's how everything's going to be calibrated in terms of making the final series of jumps. Yeah, I really do just need to project myself all the way forward as we bounce out of everything here. So I can tell that I'm definitely cutting a little bit of momentum from not changing directions fluidly enough as I get around the ends. That will get back there and see if we can optimize that any further. Yeah, got a bit stuck in that location this time. This will definitely be a failure. But a long ways off, in fact. Go back here and try it again. Yeah, not much room to adjust much in the earlier segments. Fuller jumps actually will almost do the trick. I may be letting up on some of the jumps a bit early, but maybe not, because sometimes that's how you cut a little bit of time before you wind up back on the ground, so... We'll just need to figure out what kind of adjustment I'm supposed to make and not do that, of course. Yeah, kind of interesting to inadvertently test what happens when you stray off the path and how that is protected by the current on-off setup. So, up we go, down, and here we go. Seems like I'm a little bit ahead this time. Still getting a little bit crunched. Yeah, we'll see if we can make this work. Okay, nice high jump out of that Koopa, and that's going to be it. It's just a matter of really ranking that direction. Also, I noticed the coin collection at the very end, very nice in terms of the total. And a few frames off of the record, but that's okay. So yeah, this will probably be it, unless Green Heroes checks in, so let's just mark this as a win. And we'll do one last check. And thank you once again, Up and Adam, for giving us a bit of a rhythmic exercise. That'll be a nice one to close on, if that is indeed the closer. So, in the absence of a check-in, I am going to scan around for somebody to send you all off to next. Viewer Levels does return tomorrow, and we'll be continuing the Super World that I was partially running yesterday at some point in the next few days as well. Other than that, usual alternation between Mario Maker and Scrabble Club, although as we get into July, as I was saying earlier, we might be running some smaller indie games as well if there is some interest. They usually get a bit of a smaller turnout, of course, but there's a huge pile I do want to grab on sale and catch up on, so. That's all for now. We'll see some of you folks, and yeah, if you want to weigh in on some of these plans, please do so on a Discord, and we'll discuss and we'll see what people are interested in seeing. In the meantime, I will look around, and wishing some of you a good bedtime. Thanks for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or whatever it is, or whether it's the start of your day or the end of your day. I guess it doesn't really matter what position the sun or moon are in locally. And I know exactly who I will be sending you off to today, so we'll do that in just a moment. In the meantime, everything well.